that they have to support. So what sort of support did we ask for and campaign for? And that is making a big change now. It's flexible working. We're professionals, right? We can be trusted to work and deliver, not 9 to 5, which is the old industrial age style of working, but working with technology. Therefore, I can start work at 7 a.m., do all my drafting, take my child off to school, return, see clients, go back, do the school run, give that child something to eat, start again at 4 p.m. or 6 p.m., and still do a full day's work. Once that became recognized by the law firms, that flexible working is not part-time working, retention went through the roof. That's a real-life example of what organizations can do to support
and this is why I raise it.
Retain women.
So that the system, both the public and private system, can recognize these things and create the atmosphere that will facilitate the talents that is in our women continuing to contribute to the growth and development of our country. Fortunately, time is out and we've got to go. So, but the points that you've made are very, very important and hopefully will guide policy. And I hope that Peter Obi and Datti Baba Ahmed are listening very, very carefully and that they will do the things that will make a difference. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Record. Are you obedient? Are you obedient? Now my president, you be. Me, I want better tomorrow. Me no want to load. No. Not the person with me. If you want better.
Election don't come again. Make you not dull yourself. Now the logo of Papa, Mama and Pikin when LP sit down near Gidigba. Now you go see for the paper where they take the vote, where they call ballot paper. You no go see Labour Party. No only the logo of Papa, Mama and Pikin. Now you go see even self, you no go see Peter Obi or Yusuf Datti Baba Ahmed for the paper. Now the logo of Papa, Mama and Pikin. Now you go look for the paper. You go see many logo, your own and our own. Now the one when you get Papa, Mama and Pikin with LP when you stand near and Gidigba. Now there you go put your hand, take vote. When you put your finger for ink finish, JJJ put them for the box. Make you put them inside the box. No let them touch line. If you mash line, you don't fail. Vote LP, Labour Party. Vote Peter Obi and Yusuf Datti Baba Ahmed. Vote Papa.
Make you go check your record, Obi. From consumption to production.
Dear Obedience, the Obi-Datti campaign believes that good things happen when we all come together for our common good. Your kind contribution to the campaign now will herald honest and competent leadership to secure Nigeria, end banditry and insurgents, unite our country. Will you contribute? Donate now, any amount of your choice, into the Big Tent Bank account, FCMB 9450000012. It's motivated people like you that will make the new Nigeria of our dreams possible. Thank you.
I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, obedient, and useful. I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, obedient, and useful. I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, obedient, and useful. I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, obedient, and useful. Hey, Obi-Datti movement, the movement for better Nigeria. Obi-Datti, yeah. The movement for better Nigeria. Obi-Datti movement, yeah. Movement for better tomorrow. Obi-Datti movement, yeah. If not pretty, you wanna get them more. If not vision, you wanna get them more, yeah. Obi-Datti movement, yeah. Obi-Datti movement. Vote Peter Obi for president, Labour Party 2023. This message is powered by the Big Tent Diaspora Support Group.
Record. Are you obedient? Are you obedient? Now my president you be. Me I want better tomorrow. Me no want to load. No. Not the person where we need. If you want better tomorrow.
Welcome back. A special thank you to our damsels for discussing the female participation and representation in politics. This is still the final push of the Obi-Datti Global Fundraising Telethon. We'd like to also say thank you for all of your contributions and support thus far, but you can still make more contributions when you get to see the on-screen display on how you can do that on the Big Tent account. Right about now, it's some entertainment, and it is Edo Babe.
Greetings, obedient family all over the world. I greet everybody, especially people who get sense. I greet you now. Today, I'm not just day in a good mood. I'm not happy at all. The reason why we dey here, oh my God. The reason why we dey here now to come raise money wey we wan invest for our future. Abeg, make una take this thing seriously, because the last time e come be like say we come here come play, because the outcome no just dey encourage you at all. Even the money wey dey take organize the show, we not try. Let's just say the truth. We not try. Abeg, mo try today. Abeg, as I dey talk now, abeg mo na display the account number make dem dey see am. If na pastor now come and say, hey, mo na bring money o, the one wey dem wan take deceive una, say bring money come outside, may God take bless you. I believe say go pass that one. Seriously, let's just try ourselves. Mo try our best. Abeg, if na the best we first try before e no reach o, abeg this time around mo do better. Abeg, we no dey collect this money to take give Peter Obi make take shop or anything. We no even dey collect this money to take do anybody favor. This money we want invest am for our future. Everybody dey cry say, the country bad. Now presently, even me as I dey talk to una so, if I wan sleep, I dey sleep with one eye open, one eye down, because to be obedient now for this country now, e be like they do one kind bad thing. Na bad thing to people. Abeg, mo do the needful. Abi this suffer no dey tire una. Today, the country bad, but if you can't reach the time wey we take do the very important thing what we suppose do, everybody will they withdraw. If the country, una they save money to take back car, if the country not good, where you want drive the car? You want driver go meet bandit for road, or I be waiting. More do the needful. It just be like say maybe the money where they say make them rate. The thing annoy me, I don't know as another person say. I can't say what. Obedient, everybody they obedient. When it can't reach money matter, everybody they withdraw. It's not really making sense. To me, now very shameful thing. I don't even say thank you to anybody. But the people who genuinely support with big money, una try. This time around, beg, una not tell anybody say any amount. I beg, not be any amount. More do this thing. Make fuel not come finish for road. We never reach where we they go. Nigeria we can do better. If you reach money matter, everybody will they withdraw. If not bandits or anybody, now they say bring money, una go find the money. Even if you not do, now find where go bring the money. Please, this time around, let's just do the needful. Now wait till I say me I can't talk to for here today, because the last time I can't be like say after this one speak English, it can't be like say we don't know where they pay us or we don't know what we can't do. Please, viewers all over the world, I beg, mona do the needful, both home and abroad. For those of you now where not still they come Nigeria to come vote. This is not the only thing we want to do for us right now. Mona support. We know they do anybody favor. Now for if Nigeria good, now for me. If it bad, now for me and now. If it good, now enjoy now. Not before just one I can't donate money, give one politician. If you reach money matter, we can't greedy. More just dey obedient in everything. But anything where they say more do and beg, more do with our heart. Please. please, I beg. And the only people where I feel beg now, please, our neighboring country, now only una I feel beg now. Wanna assist us, because if Nigeria good today, it go affect una positively. Everybody go enjoy. In fact, if Nigeria good now, the whole Africa now good. Please, wanna do the needful, Nigerians. I beg. This will not be una want help me or help Peter Obi. Could be like say maybe we want to have. It's even helping us. How many times I'll talk this thing? Sometimes I just feel pity for the kind job when they come do if he don't become president tomorrow. Election is just around the corner. If they say donate, more not donate. Donate, I beg, Nigeria. We not they help anybody. We not they use and help Peter Obi. Now for ourselves, we they help ourselves and the future of our children, so that the country go good. Everybody will fit travel in peace. If as I did, as I tell, they say I be obedient to the campaign online, they talk online. If I dey waka, now yeah, now me come with my face like this. If I dey waka, they cover, I be like ex-convict where they fell. Person wey run from prison, I dey cover my face. 2-4. If I dey go out, they not burn me well for this Lagos. They come out, I'll carry my for this Lagos. Una know wetin happen yesterday. Please. If this country don't really tire you, the way it be now, go concept person come. Why we want come they play? Why are we playing? Please, let's do the needful. Thank you.
Dear Obedience, it is our firm belief that Nigerians come first. So, we shall prioritize human capital development through investment in STEM education, health, and infrastructural development. We need your support to make this a reality. It's possible. Donate now, any amount of your choice, into the Big Tent Bank account, FCMB 9450000012. It's motivated people like you that will make the new Nigeria of our dreams possible.
My dear people, as I conclude, the real problem is all of us. It is time for all of us to decide that we must have a country, that we must take back our country. And I will start from recruitment process. Today, we have people who want to be president. We have people who want to be governors, who wants to be senators, who wants to be everything. It is time to start scrutinizing. This Mr. Obi, who is he? Don't say he's a Catholic. There's no Catholic in it. There's no church. I've not seen where Catholics buy bread cheaper. If you know well, show me. Neither have I seen where Pentecostals buy things cheaper. Buy rice, anything cheaper. So let's remove church from it. The question is, Mr. Obi, don't look at his tribe. Those who think Peter Obi is contesting because of an Igbo man, an Igbo turn. There's no turn here. The turn here is who will fix this problem. It is not his turn. So, let's put Mr. Obi on the scale. Let's put Mr. Obi on the scale. Where is he coming from? This thing he's talking, because we have people who can speak good English here and who can talk well. This thing he's talking, where did he do it before? Does he have this thing? Do we know him and everything? Let's interrogate even mothers, his family and everything. It's not enough to say the man is this, the man. Let's start from there. This man who says he's going to be governor. Don't look at what you're going to benefit. All of us are benefited, all of us are going down every day. Things are worsening every day. I know people who can't go to their village now, yet they are big men in Lagos. No, you can't tell me that. If your territory has been taken away, and you say you're a big man, where? You're just waiting for them to come here and chase you out of here. Because that's how they go. They go from one territory to the other. If you think this place is safe today, quote me, it won't be safe next year. Because they capture this one, you run to this one, they capture it, one, they chase you away.
Dear Obedience, we have come this far because of you. And we didn't get this far by doing things the usual way. We now have to cross the finish line triumphantly on February 25th. Donate now any amount of your choice into the Big Tent Bank account, FCMB 9450000012. It's motivated people like you that will make the new Nigeria of our dreams possible. Thank you.
Here, we know about national grid, national this, national everything. I've never been to any other country, and they are talking like this. All you need is switch your light. Ask people who live in England, ask Pastor whether he knows how much they generate in England. He doesn't know. He doesn't know about national grid. He doesn't know about transmission line or this. Everything in Nigeria, you know all of them because it's not working. So we want somebody to generate power. Let him go and generate it for Muslims. We'll go there and live. Let him do the roads for Muslims. We'll drive past it. Let him build the bridges, build the schools for Muslims. Nigerians, I met Nigerian students in Egypt. They were Christians, but they went to Muslim country to read. So let's have functional universities for Muslims in the north. We'll go there and go to school. Because they'll teach engineering, law, everything. We'll read it and continue. Or show me where the Christian ones are. So let
record. Are you obedient? Are you obedient? Now my president you be. Me I want better tomorrow. Me no want to load. No. Not the person where we need. If you want better tomorrow.
Go. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. I go by the name Obi of Lagos, and before I move on, I want to ask you a very simple question. That's, sure you go obey? Sure una go obey? Because me, I go obey. Oh. I'm an obedient and I want to be useful for my country. They call me Obi of Lagos, the Igbo boy with a little Yoruba vibe, the OG with a little Amoita vibes, that kind of thing. Let's go, DJ. Let's go now. See, winning is certain with your PVC, LFEC, Alefa, Ijoba. You go enter, but Kori gave me daily. Make I help my people. Plenty parties where my people don't see. Wọ́n fẹ́ lé mi léré, wọ́n wá gbé wọn sáré. They won't do me jamburu, but they won't do me shege. Àbí Obi o, yeah. Obi of Lagos. Kori jan lówó bí ti Obi o, yeah, gbé ànílẹ̀. Pray for good Nigeria. Ẹ dìbò fún. Make una no Jones am, cause he no go Jones, una voting. Shey you know that kind thing. If na liars that see, lelele, Obi o. Kori jan lówó bí ti Obi of Lagos. Pray for good Nigeria. Ẹ dìbò fún. Vote for Labour Party.
Welcome back. This is still Obi-Datti Global Fundraising Telethon. Okay, in the next 12 days, Nigeria will be recording a revolutionary rebirth. And that's the reason why we are saying to you, come over to this camp and we would have a new Nigeria. So right about now, we'll be talking about another thing that is most important in the state of the nation, and that is economy. So I have OK back, and I'll be handing you over to anchor this session with Professor Pat Utami and Bongo.
Anyway, thank you so very much. Wonderful people. For those of you who have stayed with us all through, wherever you're watching from in the world, we appreciate you. I'm sure you're seeing that information still on your screen. Please feel free, use it. Yeah, be part of it. All right, Prof, the next level.
Yes, really, really the next level. I mean, what is life without living? If we're going to live life, we've got to have the opportunities to reach our possibilities. The economy is so central to the Nigerian challenge. If you look at the numbers, they just frighten you. Nigeria, very sadly, became the poverty capital of the world. And we hear those things thrown up, but they're not quite sure how they were arrived at. The Brookings Institution, in its regular surveys, found about 3 years ago that India, with 1.4 billion or so people, finally had fewer poor people than Nigeria, with our 200 or so million people. That's how we became the poverty capital of the world. The single biggest collection of very poor people were in India, but now they are in Nigeria. In fact, Obi likes to make the point that when you combine India's 1.4 and China's 1.4 billion people, there are more poor in Nigeria than in those countries combined. Now that's a frightening place to be as an economy. Yep. I like to sit on the left side of the aeroplane window seat, hopefully, when I'm flying to Port Harcourt. And from that, I just look at the coastline from Lagos, just look at these wide beaches and look as we're going and saying, what kind of a people can have this kind of gift and be poor? The blue economy, I mean, if you just imagine that if we just took ourselves seriously and did something about the blue economy, the resources that come from the ocean, we can have full employment in this country. We can have income per capita that will go into the 15,000s very easily, you know. But there they are, resources wasted. Forbes magazine published an article that hurt me very much, I think May 28, 2019, I believe it was. It was called Nigeria, Africa's Money-Losing Machine. You want to lose money? Go into Nigeria. Because institutions are so weak, regulatory risk so high, that in the end, you're likely to lose money in Nigeria, so most investors are not coming. In a time when capital is so available in the world that I continually go back to the French economist Thomas Piketty, who essentially has written the book on capital in this century, and capital and inequality. There's never been more capital available in the world, in the history of the human race as it is today. In fact, just a couple of people, less than 20 people in California, own more capital than the entire continent of Africa. And we can't dress ourselves up nice enough for that capital to flow into our country. There's so many hurting things about the economy.
Prof, we are privileged to have Professor Obi-Datti here. Professor of Economics, Lagos Business School, Pan Atlantic University. You've had Prof. Talk about these things.
Yeah, you know.
Where do you think the Obi-Datti campaign can do things differently, considering the myriads of problems that exist?
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, let me bear off from what Prof said about capital, you know, being super abundant up until very recently. And with the current changes we've seen in the global economy, you know, brought about by the pandemic, 2019 through 2020, and then the world economy started to show signs of recovery by 2021, leading up to 2022. Then Russia invaded Ukraine. So that again brought another phase of shock in the global economy. So today, the world economy is struggling with high inflation, as central banks all over the world trying to, you know, rein in this rampaging inflation using very hawkish macroeconomic policy of raising interest rates. So what that means is that global interest rate has gone up very high. So capital is no longer going to be available to countries such as Nigeria. So that means that we're going to be, you know, constrained to seek for capital locally, domestically, because internationally, they will be requiring so much of us in terms of interest rates. It's no longer accessible and no longer viable as an option. And then it is as a result that Moody's rated us, you know, recently below junk status, you know. So that means our prospects to raise money from outside this economy is going to be very tough. Now, what is the implication? Government will have to compete with private firms for the sparsely available capital locally. And that is what economists will refer to as, you know, a crowding out. So government, public sector will crowd out private sector. So what will be the implication? We're going to see large-scale insolvency of, you know, corporations, as they will be, you know, hard-pressed to find the capital, you know, for working capital will be a serious challenge. So it will have implications for jobs, for economic growth, and these are all indicators that are already in Nigeria, you know, at a very high level. But there is hope.
That's what we want to hear.
Exactly.
That's what we want to hear.
So it's important to, you know, dress the background so that we now know where Obi-Datti comes in. Now, the other day I was on Arise TV. The same day I was also on CNBC Africa on similar, you know, conversation. Now, the IMF just concluded last week their Article 4 visitation to Nigeria, which is simply, you know, kind of rounding up of their member countries, studying their macroeconomic conditions, having, you know, parleys with the macroeconomic managers to know the direction the economy is headed and looking at the key indicators. So that's what it concluded last week in Nigeria, and then they came up with their report, which shows, paints a very negative picture in the near term. But the recommendation they gave seems to have been lifted straight from Obi-Datti manifesto. That is heartwarming. Also, when AfriInvest published a kind of a summary of the same Moody's rating in terms of the way out, again, their response came like they lifted it out of Obi-Datti manifesto. So what is it in the Obi-Datti manifesto to address the near-term risk? You know, so the challenge that we have today, as Prof mentioned, is that Nigeria is a country that is awash with opportunities, but we keep, you know, wasting all the opportunities that we have. So we've not managed to build a productive economy. We've not managed to build our you know, foreign reserve and our external sector, which is the strength of any economy, right? In every economy, you have the consumption, you have investment, you have the government. These are all domestic. But then the external one, the one that is looking outside from where, I mean, as a family, the family has to sell something. You know, you sell your labor to earn income. So as an economy, economy is Greek for household. So as an economy, we are selling something outside, and then we have to get income. The income we earn comes from the external sector, and that is where we haven't prioritized. Now, the Obi-Datti manifesto, is focused on the external sector of the Nigerian economy. But before that could happen, so we have to address the macroeconomic imbalances that we have. Now, what is the first one is the way the central bank has operated over the past few years. Now, we've seen also, Prof mentioned, this multidimensional poverty, how we have overtaken India as the poorest country in the world, or the country that has, it's almost the same thing, the country that has the largest concentration of poor people. That didn't just happen overnight. I think it's a combination of policies of government. So the people didn't become poor by themselves, but it's simply because policies that have been implemented over the years have not worked. So in the last 7 years, going to 8 years now, we've seen this direct targeting of poverty through different schemes by the central bank and by so many government agencies. We created agencies for social whatever, yet none of those have succeeded in defending the people against poverty. So poverty has so much decimated our people, showing that we cannot continue on the same track. So what is the response of Obi-Datti to that? One is that the central bank will be made to focus on its core mandate, which is simply managing the money supply, controlling inflation in the system. Okay, so all these other interventionist policies, development, trade related, those are not the core mandates of the central bank. Central bank should focus on macroeconomic policy alone. And then, whereas the competent authorities will take responsibility for all this in a transparent and accountable manner. Now, the next thing that the IMF and Moody's referred to was also the exploitation of the ways and means advances, okay, which we have seen. In a layman's terms, simply abuse, printing money, reckless printing of money, that turned the central bank into a piggy bank of the federal government. That shouldn't be. IMF pointed to that.
In violation of laws.
In violation of instant laws. It shouldn't be more than 2% of the budget deficit, of the budget of the year, and it should be fully amortized at the end of the budget cycle. It's not something you carry over to the next year. But we've seen that it's gone to more than 28% currently, and it's keeping, and then there is no way we can even stop right now. In the near term, we still need to continue, but it has to stop somewhere along the line. So the IMF recommended the securitization that the CBN recommended should happen as soon as possible. But then that is not even a solution, because it carries its own drawback. When India tries something like that, it actually worsens the inflation situation. So what does Obi-Datti plan to do when they come in? So that is the first thing. So we have to build a fiscal buffer, stop the leakages. That's the first thing that needs to happen. Then another one, which is very strong, because it resonates with the people, has to do with the fuel subsidy. Okay, much of that printing of money has gone into fuel subsidy. That has to go as well.
Which Mr. Obi has referred to as plain stealing.
That's what it is. So we cannot continue on that track. Subsidy has to go.
But it's important to explain this to people, because it's always coming up. Oh, if you remove subsidy, people will die.
No. We have on the manifesto, if you read the manifesto carefully, there are commitments to social safety nets, okay, that will be rolled out on a transparently targeted basis that will address the socially challenge in the system. So, because whenever you have this kind of problem and then you try to target the poor people, there is always the danger of mistargeting. Mm-hmm. Those who are not poor will, lay claim to it even more, because they have more. Exactly. Mm. So we also will need to put in place, schemes to ensure that the right people are targeted, the underprivileged. Those are the people. So these are clearly mapped out on the strategy paper that's been developed for the Obi-Datti administration to address the drawbacks that will come from the removal of fuel subsidy. So that is one. Then another one is exchange rate. Now, that is a longer term, not in the near term, but in about 12 months, there is need to, harmonize the exchange rate. That is another, will I say, stealing going on in the government, round tripping and all of that.
Will we ever see a Nigeria without dual exchange rates? Where you don't have black market and...
Well, the thing is that unlike now, so many people, we agree, so many economists will tell you that Nigeria's economy is on kind of an autopilot. But that doesn't mean that we will have to run a strictly competitive market economy. That is a long-term project. It will happen. But in order to get there, there is need to direct the economy, so it will be a guided policy. Yes, we will have the unification of exchange rate at some point. But then at this point in time, remember, the government has accumulated huge debt. Even if we go direct and liberalize fully, which will definitely happen, we need to know that, we have to have an eye on our debt burden currently.
I think, Mungo, it's important to go to the history of this. In the 1980s, it was thought that Nigeria was in a hopeless situation. The divergence between the exchange rate, the nominal exchange rate, and what is generally the purchasing power parity was so huge, it was a big laugh, it was thought not possible, how can we ever systematically work at building a foreign exchange market was developed. We went to a two-tier foreign exchange market, we kept working at this, and a market evolved. And we had exchange rates that did not diverge for a long time. And then suddenly, bad behavior crept in. In the last couple of years, we've nearly ruined that market. And that's why we are where we are. Fixing that is critical. But amongst the critical issues important here is the infrastructure that will facilitate production, that will enable us go from consumption to that production for export to end the foreign exchange that will make that easy. Now, Dr. Peter Agada has led a team in the big tent that has focused on infrastructure, that made the input into the Obi-Datti manifesto. And I think it's important that we give a sense for the big picture of infrastructure thrust that will help facilitate this move to production, and how this will contribute in many other ways. I mean, Bongo was talking really about the circular flows of income in society. Jobs will come from all of those things. So the households are contributing, all these other sectors are growing, the private sector. What is the nature of that plan?
All right, thank you so much. Point number 5 of the 7-point agenda of the Obi-Datti presidency by the special grace of God is to build expansive world-class infrastructure for effective power supply, railroads, air transportation, pipeline network through integrated public-private partnership, and entrepreneurship public sector governance. I just took it off the document. So what we did in our team was to study this nation, 923,000 square kilometers, as a human being, like the body of a human being. And what does it take this body to live, basically, to be productive, to live, and to exist? We see infrastructure development as the arteries, nerves, and the vein system that enables this body to exist, to consume, to excrete, okay, to have life built up on a daily basis, okay? We have just come to a simple summary based on backgrounds of policies that government has developed over the years. government has developed several policies over the years. We've looked at them, we've studied the pitfalls, we've taken the best parts of these policies, and we have arrived at one point. Now, for the Obi-Datti program, what we will immediately do is to hit the ground running with our tag for that program is called optimization. Haven't listened to Professor Bongo's here. You've seen the conditions around being able to go for debts, being able to borrow from international and all of that. Yes, that has guided the background of what we call optimization of what is already on ground.
Okay, let's keep it at optimization, Dr. Agada. Yes. We'll take a small break. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll dive more into the subject that we are discussing here. We'll be back.
Record. Are you obedient? Are you obedient? Now my president you be. Me I want better tomorrow. Me no want to load. No. Not the person where we need. If you want better tomorrow.
2, 1, go.
We must change the managers of Nigeria. Every part of Nigeria is important to us. People are dying. It's a crisis. And the only people that can stop that crisis is you. We need to take it back. We have no other.
Record. Are you obedient? Are you obedient? Now my president you be. Me I want better tomorrow. Me no want to load. No. Not the person where we need. If you want better tomorrow.
Testing the microphone. Thank you very much for this opportunity you have given me to talk and express myself. Yes, as a Nigerian, I am angry. But God has created us in a way that we are very unique, very unique. Yes, we have very many reasons to burn and blaze and scatter and then disintegrate and then like a Humpty Dumpty, they can't carry us together again. But God is very faithful to us. He made us in some political prayer, all kind of prayer. You know, we all would stand because we have the grace of God. But we don't have to push the grace of God too far. That is the truth. We are a country that every time we call on God, move for you what He has empowered you to do for yourself. God cannot fix Nigeria. No. God can fix Nigeria, but God will not fix Nigeria. Yes, definitely He will not fix Nigeria because He has given you a freedom of choice. Yes. So, what your PVC, you will go and liberate this country. Yes, you will liberate this country, Nigeria. We are a funny country. Just look at us. To change from a consumption country to a production country. Now, if you don't have something, you import. No, be so. Then, if you have it, yes, the things that we have, we import and export the ones we do not have. Yes, it is only in Nigeria, okay, that we import petroleum product. when we have oil in this country, and then we export security when we do not have security. We export infrastructure. Not only us, they do railway for Niger. When we don't have infrastructure, they can be a very good. What's happened there? What stop us from creating an infrastructure from like Aba? And put railway from Aba that will cut. You know that the Southeasterners are the ones, they are the commercial name center of the country. Why don't you put a railway and then you divide the country from Aba up to north in Merugri or Sokoto or Kebbi State, so that they can be trans-regional commerce? But instead of you to do that, you will put pipeline from Bayelsa to Karuna. The amount of money to use and lay pipeline from Bayelsa to Karuna, can't you put railway? So that you can foster trade. You don't want to do that. You know? It's not a problem. It's not a problem. We are very used to be irresponsible. That is why, you know, we need somebody like Obi-Datti to come and then show us the way. Not show us the way because these leaders that are here, they don't know. You know, there's a difference between mistake and mischief. Yes. They know. Don't you know that it is only in Nigeria that a state government or federal government can do a 15-man panel and committee of inquiry to go to London to go and check the size of billboard? They will pay flight money, put people in hotel, you know, and all of them will carry their PA and go and pay extra code. On top of whose money is this? On top of whose money? Let me tell you, there is so much of wastage in the economy, and they have to make sure they seal all these wastages and make sure that the money for everybody is distributed. Distributed so that the commonwealth of the people will be enough for people to enjoy. And then you see joy. Not every time that you see me, you say, okay, show us joy, show us joy, show us love. If you tell me show us love and you don't have PVC, I'll tell you, I love you. That's the truth. But it's okay. We came to do fundraising. Fundraising is not, that's fun. F-U-N-D. Forget my accent. F-U-N-D. That's money. We came to donate money for this cause. There is no movement without financial backup. We don't have money that we stole to come and distribute. It is your money that you are going to invest in this movement so that we can use and help Nigeria to go forward. Thank you very much for this opportunity you have given me to talk and express myself. Thanks.
Record. Are you obedient? I am obedient. Are you obedient?
We are obedient. Now my president, you think me, I want better tomorrow. Me no want to load, no. Now the person will be me. If you want better tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Ime Bishop, for putting smiles back on our faces and at least making some of this stress that we feel very light. Anyway, back on the...
part of Calabar is he from?
It's from Akwa Ibom State. It's from Akwa Ibom State. All right. Yeah, back on the panel here. We remember, if you're just joining us, we have Professor Obi-Datti, we have Professor Patrick, of course, Dr. Peter Gada. You were saying something about optimization before we took that break. So I'll take you back to the point where we left off. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Please permit me to just take this off the report from my group, okay? Then we just talk this up. Good. Now, it's called Optimization of Nigeria National Assets, Infrastructure Corridor and Grid Development by a Labor and Logistic Optimization System. What does this really mean, okay? In summary, Nigeria has developed about 55,000 kilometers of arterial roads, several ports, power plants, several infrastructure for national development stationed in different parts of our country, okay? Between these infrastructures and road, we have vast expanse of lands, buried natural resources that haven't been touched. Remember I said, we're treating infrastructure like the person.
Yes.
Just imagine your body being sick, deprived of food, minerals, but you have, what the body does, it goes into systems, autophagy for healing and several things. On its own, it's programmed that way. So we think Nigeria should go into a form of autophagy, for example. What do we have in power plants? What do we have in road network? What's wrong with them? How can we get them functioning? Okay? How can we get all of these things functioning in an optimal form? What is wrong with them? Do we need to cover the roads again with another layer of asphalt? Do we need to construct new rural roads? Do we need to go off grids for power in certain areas of the country? All of that has been analyzed in detail, okay? So what we've done is that we have now come up with a solution in a nutshell that we call C2P parks in different parts of the country. Consumption to production parks located in different parts of the country. And these parks are endowment-based. For example, the construction to production parks in Zamfara State, for example, is solid mineral driven. Okay, it's a one-stop location where industry, housing, infrastructure, logistics, and all of this happen together to make that one location a life of its own, give it a life of its own. And that place is located close to an existing national grid. You don't have to go construct a new road. A road passes there. The railway already passes there. So we put it there so that production happens there and immediately gets into the system and moves out for export. The one in Benue, for example, is agro-industrial driven. Okay? Now, in my personal experience in housing development in this country, housing has been a big challenge for several reasons. But one of the biggest reasons in housing development, I've had national awards on housing, okay, during the times of Mrs. Ama Pepo. One big problem, even people with regular paying jobs, civil servants, could not afford, after having gone through the analysis of what it takes to pay back for housing, even government officials that were given to us then, with their salaries confirmed, they gave us 100 people, for example, only 16 qualified. Wow. For housing. Now, what we're doing with the C2P parks is that we will tie production, job employment to your housing at the same location. Just imagine one big place where you have industries, you have housing, you have production, you have logistics, and then somewhere around there you have nice, affordable housing for
creating new cities.
Creating new cities, basically. Yes. Creating new cities. It's creating a new economy, creating a new city system, and we have made sure of this, that these C2P parks are located at least 15 to 20 kilometers from existing city center deliberately, so that the new Nigeria itself can come from that. It can expand and expand and expand. Before it merges with the existing city, we have moved to the next dimension of the Industrial Revolution.
And by so doing, even create the congestion of those cities.
Exactly.
Cities.
In addition, it also has what economists refer to as agglomeration effect.
Yes.
So you are bringing in the productive capabilities of different industries together. So which is, they say that a whole that is larger than, the sum of its parts.
Exactly.
Synergy.
Yeah, because, it makes no sense sometimes when, I discuss with friends who are in the importation business, and they tell you, they bring their goods through Lagos.
Yes.
Yet some of them operate close to the Niger Delta area where you have already existing seaports. And people begin to wonder, what is wrong with our country? Why do we have long coastal line and and everything is congested?
It is a failure of trade policy through the years that has made everything come to Lagos. Now it's a burden on Lagos. Look at our Papa, how it is a nightmare. But if we had had development that was sensitive to this, all of the production facilities around the Midwest parts of the country are serviced from Warri, Newport coming up in Akwa Ibom, Port Harcourt is there, all of the service. But somehow, poor trade policy allowed everything to be focused on Lagos. Now, this is a burden on Lagos, and it has prevented the development of those parts of the country. So you've got to have spatial development that keys into infrastructure. It's almost like the way Lagos itself developed. It creates dormitory towns. Every morning, everybody wakes up and starts heading into Lagos Island. It's a nightmare. We ought to be able to have places of work close to places of residence. So you can live around Festac and never, unless you want to come and watch a show at TBS, never you can spend 10 years and not get to Lagos Island. And you have a complete life. But that needs to be
So that means the so much talked about Lagos blueprint is not really a blueprint. Because, I mean, if I'm in the entertainment business, for instance, and I understand what you're saying, if there was an intentional, very good blueprint, the entertainment industry in Lagos would have exploded. Because the reason no artist in Lagos with a population of almost 20-something million people can do a concert and have up to 6,000 people in attendance is because the venue is on the island.
Yes.
The population is on the mainland.
Yes.
And in between the island and the mainland is gridlock that you can navigate. Then when you come for a concert, you can't go home. So...
You raise a very, very important point in all this conversation about economy. Nigeria does not have a 24-hour economy. No. At 7 o'clock, everybody's rushing to get home, and most economies that thrive in rotation. There are people who work from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. There are people who work from... Entertainment is going on all the time at night. People are... Look, I once stayed in downtown New York, in a Hilton, and I came out at 2 a.m. I'm not kidding.
Yes, sir.
And I thought I was at noon. Human beings were pushing each other like sardine at 2 a.m. And this was not a Saturday night. So we need to create a night economy in this country. It would do so much for employment, for all kinds of things. And these special developments have direct bearing to it.
And in agreement with what you just said, because even a 24-hour economy, as practiced in other parts of the world, is what gives rise to youth labor. Because what it means is that undergrads in the university can go to their lectures in the daytime and still have vac jobs in the evenings. Because, I mean, our children, those of us who have kids abroad who go to school and combine it with, little jobs here, that is what they depend on to make extra money that sustains them. So, I mean, Bongo, you want to come in a little bit?
Yeah, so, this is just a matter of incentive. Like when Prof mentioned, having people move to maybe, you raise the issue of your friends who do business in the Niger Delta and they still have to wait for their containers to arrive from Lagos and all of that. And then meanwhile, there are ports there. So it's just a matter of incentive. Okay, so we can use tax policies to decongest, Lagos and all these congested cities. And then we don't even have too many cities in Nigeria, so to speak. I mean, that fit the bill of cities. I mean, in Lagos, if you've been following the indicators, Lagos appears as one of the most unlivable cities in the world. Okay, so policies, we need incentive. We need tax policy, for instance, to incentivize activities in other sectors. But again, it's one thing to say tax policy, incentives. It requires political will. It's just about political will. And then that is why I think Obi-Datti is different from the other competitors, from the other candidates. So when you see him talk, you could see someone who is deliberate, who is intentional. So, and again, economic policy that works is not a fit and start thing. It's something that you start, you see it through, follow it through. And then, so there is always that feedback loop in the system. That is exactly what we do not have in Nigeria. Prof mentioned something earlier when I was listening outside. He was talking about Salai Martin and Subramanian and all of that. There is this other economic thinker, Rosenstein Rodan, the big push policy, the man who proposed the big push. Now, in an economy, we need to understand what we have latent comparative advantages in. And then we have so much of this. And we don't need to activate all our latent comparative advantages. One is even enough. So let's look for those ones that have, or we've identified them, okay, that have huge multiplier impact. So once you do that, then you now have, because it connects to what Dr. Mentioned, you know, once you activate it, now it begins to have the, you know, that effect, multiplier impact on other sectors and pull everything together. You're going to have jobs, you're going to have industrialization. So you don't even need to, you know, to begin to give companies money, corporate money and all of that. These things will happen by themselves automatically.
Yeah, you want to add something to it?
In anchoring to that, you see, as it were, we've already found the locations where the C2P parks will be. Even right now. Good. Okay? Based, like I said, based on endowments. And located on very, very important existing trunk infrastructure that will be optimized. You know, we just fix them and all of that and get them functioning again. Now, we have already planned what will happen there. So as soon as he hits the office, we're hitting the ground running with immediate site and services for these places. Okay, you know when you produce sites and services in a raw piece of land, you've taken the value of that land up immediately. So that immediately that is done. Investment, you know, we've already taken that as a document, a COO with investment, title with investment, and then before you know what's happening, we're already building the power plants, the off-grids, the logistic plant, the water system, okay? And then before you know what's happening, once you put infrastructure on a piece of land, everybody wants to come there and be part of what that future will be like. So it's a system that once you touch with that site and services,
it sparks.
It's a spark. Auto-catalyzed.
It's a spark. And, you know, talking about this and the example that I was giving about flying to Port Harcourt every time I'm feeling so pained. You know, Paul Collier, Professor Collier at Oxford, is one of the leading authorities in this whole new area of ocean-facing cities. He gave the CBN annual lecture here in Lagos in 2017, and the then governor of Lagos, Ambode, was listening to him and was so excited by the things he was talking about ocean-facing cities that he invited him back to give the 50th anniversary lecture for Lagos State that same year, May of 2017. One of the things that Collier says, which, you know, I keep thinking about, the possibilities of ocean-facing cities when you look at that long coastline. We just go down a little to Ondo.
Yes.
Ondo has the longest coastline in our country.
Yes.
You build one port in Ondo, create one new city there.
Yes.
You know, you are amazed at what we fail to see in our country. And we allow poverty because of lack of.
Prof, that's exactly the South Korean model. If you go to Seoul, for instance, you will see Hyundai, LG, all the big South Korean conglomerates. They're all lined up on the coast.
Yeah. All of them.
Okay?
Yeah.
Now, you know the interesting thing about South Korea? They do not have independent custom that is somewhere. Okay? The customs are nested within this
complex.
Sure.
The infrastructure.
Right? So when Hyundai, for instance, produces, they do not have to wait to ferry their products to the port, another port. No, it's from there.
From there, it's exported.
Yes, right there.
So we had the World Bank presented their stuff the other day at the book or reports they recently completed at Albius. And then there was this conversation, and then talking about Indonesia. Okay, when Indonesia has all the features like Nigeria today, but in just 10 years, in a decade, Indonesia has, you know, transformed their destiny, has become a sustainable middle class, middle income economy. This happened in 10 years. 10 years ago, we actually had better statistics than Indonesia. I'm just talking about 10 years ago. That's 2013, 2012. But within that period, now don't forget about Indonesia. When you talk about crony capitalism,
yes,
Indonesia is a poster child for crony capitalism. Sukarno, Suharto. Now, when they decided to transform the economy, what did they now started to drive market-driven, competitive policies in the system. Just something similar to what you're talking about.
Thank you
now,
very much.
Another thing they did was to liberalize the customs customs now, it was privatized. You know? And once that happened, the Indonesian economy
Even
took
before all of this happened,
Yeah.
Peter Lewis at SAIS, a friend of mine, wrote the book titled Growing Apart. It was a comparison of Nigeria and Indonesia. 40 years ago, people used to say to Indonesia, won't you just be like Nigeria?
Yes.
Today they say to Nigeria, can't you be like Indonesia?
In closing, Doctor, is there anything you want to
I
add?
want to just add that these C2P parks will be built on innovation will be at the center of it. Innovation hubs. It's a thing of the youths of tomorrow. And then around concentric rings around innovation will be this development. And then at the back of it will be the ability to export from the spot there. You don't have to ferry your goods to Lagos or to Port Harcourt. Right there, there's a logistics system that puts you international, okay? Right on the spot, you sell your goods on all international markets.
Fantastic.
And location has been picked. As soon as Mr. Peter Obi gets into office, site and
Good
services
to
hit the
go.
road.
Thank you very much. You want closing
So,
2
see,
seconds?
that's the export-driven economy. That is it. There is no economy today that growing in the world, China, Singapore, India, right? Either they're exporting services or they're exporting goods and goods. So, or combination thereof.
Basically,
That
you
is
must
what it is.
be selling something.
Moving from consumption to export-driven production.
Thank you very much, Professor Bongo-Adi. Thank you very much, Dr. Peter Gada. Of course, Professor Pat, you're still here with me. You're not going anywhere. You're not going anywhere. All right, and that's an economy. Is it not exciting to hear the team that put together, parts of the manifesto here, hearing from them, knowing what is to come? I'm getting excited already because we know how many million youths are out of job. And with the ideas that I'm hearing is music to my ear. All right, thank you very much, gentlemen, for contributing. Don't go anywhere. We'll take a break. And when we come back, we'll come back with something different.
Record, record. Are you obedient? Are you obedient?
Now my president you be. Me I want better tomorrow. Me no want to load, no. Now the person where we need. If you want better tomorrow.
In a country with a per capita income of $2,000, people are paying 100 million to run for office. But in America, where we learned it from, with a per capita of $75,000, almost $70,000, you don't pay $5,000 to run for office. But here, 100 million is $200,000. So they've raised the bar of entry because it's become a criminal organization.
Dear Obedience, the Obi-Datti campaign believes that good things happen when we all come together for our common good. Your kind contribution to the campaign now will herald honest and competent leadership to secure Nigeria, end banditry and insurgents, unite our country. Will you contribute? Donate now, any amount of your choice, into the Big Tent Bank account, FCMB 9450000012. It's motivated people like you that will make the new Nigeria of our dreams possible. Thank you.
I will do it differently. Nigerians will know the reason for borrowing. And it must be borrowed for production. Nobody will spend a kobo or a dollar of borrowed money for consumption. Instead, we will all starve. That's why I told everybody, I've said, there's nothing to see again. No. We must rebuild this country for the future of our children.
Dear Obedient, 89% of Nigerians think the country is heading in the wrong direction, according to Afrobarometer. You can help change this narrative by supporting the Obi-Datti candidacy with your financial support now. Donate now any amount of your choice into the Big Tent bank account, FCMB 9450000012. We can't do this without you. Thank you.
Attention, please. 3, 2, 1, go.
We must change the managers of Nigeria. Every part of Nigeria is important to us. People are dying. It's a crisis. And the only people that can stop that crisis is you. We need to take it back. We have no other.
Record. Are you obedient? Are you obedient? Now my president, you be. We are obedient. We don't want to load.
For a better Nigeria. We have decided that we will renew our nation.
We are not only on social media, we are everywhere. Obedience are everywhere.
Is it that you are obedient or not?
I want better tomorrow. We know what to Not the person will be.
Our mission is to make Lagos State 100% obedient Lagos. For sure.
We are not Igbo, we are not Yoruba.
Record. Are you obedient? Are you obedient? We are obedient. Now my president, you be. We are one better tomorrow. We no want to load. No. Not the person we need. If you want better tomorrow.
It's still the Obi-Datti Global Fundraising Telethon, and just like Oke said, we will be bringing you something different. And before then, in case you're just tuning in, we were talking about economy, and we had a wonderful panel analyze, sensitize, and create awareness for everything we need to do for a better Nigeria. Right about now, it is Funny Bone.
Welcome. It's good to be here today. I just got tired of funny bone, you've added weight. Funny bone, see your belly. Funny bone, see your neck. My neck won't be before. It's a sign that we're looking forward to a better Nigeria. So my neck is rehearsing for the goodness it will enjoy when things work in place. Because this country, before, pot belly na good value. But now pot belly be like cost. Because you don't know who swallow community money for him belly when take the water. Yeah. Having said that, I'm happy to be here today. It feels good. It feels, refreshing. That young people like me and you, young people, like the ones here in the studio, If you're home and you're not this young, follow for this young, that where, in the process, of building a better, country for me and you. And this better country, it go touch every sector You know, you could touch those for mainland for Lagos, those for Ireland. You could touch the guests for Lekki. You could touch the guests for Yaba. The pricing, mostly the price of Wivon. You know, how can you sell one wig? 2 million. How much is my destiny? How can a girl carry 2 million on her head and be walking around and you want a better Nigeria? You are wicked. Put that wig down so Nigeria can move with the load off your head. This Naira policy, you know, I like the way governments take the, you know, go on with urgency, you know, and then these are the things where I would like a PO address. They, you know, they try, you know, curtail them, you know, checkmate the Naira thing. And I ask myself, and I ask you too, ASU, they strike for good 7 months. Which urgency ASU strike get? Then negotiate for 7 months. Finally, ASU can say, no, just start school. But another policy, 2 weeks, because it affects up and down, but it affects more of up. Then they don't define ways to arrange them for me and you. Now, this will serve as eye-opener. Say, this election, when they come, so use your eye. They vote. No, use your head, though. Use your head, feet, sleep, go. But eye go see. Use your eye. Take vote and open your eyes well to see well. So, I'm a huge fan of Peter. Peter was my governor for 8 years in Anambra State. Generally, there's a mindset that Uncle Peter is very stingy. You know, they give. Not lie. He don't give you before. He don't give you before. Uncle Peter know they give anybody anything. And I remember when me and I flew airpiece with Peter Obi sometime last 2 months ago. And in the economy, I did next to them. No, I did business, in pass me go economy. Out of shame, I said, Your Excellency, no free day back. My day front. I leave business, go join them for economy because I did very humble. The plane take off. So as in the plane, people they hail him, Your Excellency, Your Excellency. As we take off, I they hail him, Your Excellency. He answer me, Nah, Kedo. I say, I'm fine, sir. Your Excellency, Your Excellency, how are you? I say, I'm fine, sir. You know, rain can't they fall as before we land Abuja. And if you know thunder, Abuja thunder, it sound like DJ with the learn work. That's Abuja thunder like so the plane no come fit land well. Actually, we no fit land. So they brought us back to Lagos. True story. But before we land, you know, the plane they shake. So I turn again. I hail Uncle Pio. Your Excellency. Nine say. I say, okay. So now when we land Lagos, they can say, if you go continue the journey, stay for plane. If not, disembark, make those way go. So as I carry my bag again, now I hail him again. Your Excellency. I ain't coming. Nah, yeah. I went close. He can't tell me. I know we want a better Nigeria. But you see, once we're on the ground, I am Your Excellency. Once we take off and we're in the air, God is your only excellency. God is your excellency. I say, okay. And if you watch Nollywood films, well, there's this new film now trending. It's on YouTube. It's called Peter Obi. Yul Edochie was paid to reenact Peter Obi. Awesome movie, very funny. Character well, interpreted. You would love it. But Nigerians, mostly the ones online, they don't have conscience. So I saw, where they reviewed the film, and you could see comments online. Yul Edochie killed his character. Yul Edochie, fantastic actor. Yul Edochie has done it again. Oscar award loading. One family enemy of Yul Edochie, who is also online. Nigerians online, they don't have conscience. And you will get issues where you know third people before you go do the Peter role. Go right. Now what? Good acting, sha. But Peter Obi no marry second wife now. Say Nigerians, who send them go the open waiting they know? suppose open for you to life. Yeah. But ladies and gentlemen, when Peter was governor, when Uncle Peter was governor, I remember meeting him at the lounge, in the past lounge. No, saying the lounge. In the past, and I saw him do and they passed the lounge. So I was drinking champagne that somebody bought for me. And I shouted, Your Excellency, Chora is something. That is, give us something. He now looked at me. I should give you something. What are you drinking? I said, it's champagne. That champagne is 150,000 a bottle. He brought out his phone to press. If you drink this champagne every week 4 times, 150 times 4 is how much? I say 5 something. Good. Multiply 5 something times 12. That's how many? I say about 6 million. Multiply 6 million times 4 years. It's how many? I say about 12 million. If I use 12 million, I will build 14 primary school blocks in Anambra State. I say, Your Excellency, no, give me again. Go. It's okay. It's okay. But listen, gentlemen, that's a man. That's Peter Obi. Thank you for the time. God bless you. Good night.
All right, Funny thank you so very much. That was quite hilarious. And please, all of the 2 million you are sharing to procure here, just send it to the Big Tent account. If you're a Nigerian, send it to FCMB account. And if you're a Nigerian in the diaspora, also send it to the NigerWeCan.org. Just go there, you see the scan and you see the barcode, and then just scan all you have to give. You can customize your contributions, just like we said earlier. This is still the final push of the Obi-Datti Global Fundraising Telethon. It's been so much information that we have been sharing here, and I'm sure you have been staying tuned to take notes of all of this. Right about now, we will be going to discussion on health, and we have on standby on Zoom Loretta, who will be moderating this panel session alongside our health practitioners.
Record. Are you obedient? I am obedient. Are you obedient?
We are obedient. Now my president you be. Me I want better tomorrow. Me no want to load. No. Now the person where we need. If you want better tomorrow, no go vote to load. No.
I am a class go as you see me so at the front line. No.
At the front line, no.
But you want mine, no, make we unite, oh, do the right thing.
Do the right thing. Situation that they get a CB. My brother, sister, get your BBC. Make we unite, make we vote you be. Now my president, you be. Me, I want better tomorrow. Me no want to load, no. Not the person will be. If you want better tomorrow, no go vote to load, no.
If you don't want to be, it means say you don't want to be. Me, I go vote to you, be.
Hello, everyone. Can we hear me?
Okay, we can hear you. Please go on. Loretta, we can hear you. Please go on.
from consumption to production.
Ana son ci gaban Najeriya a zaba Peter Obi.
Fún ìlọsíwájú orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà, dìbò fún Pétérù Òbí.
Maka ọdịmma Naịjirịa, ka anyị tụnyere nụ Peter Obi.
Vote Peter Obi.
Vote Peter Obi.
Vote Peter Obi. Vote Peter Obi.
Excellent. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Nigerians and friends of Nigerians across the world. We don't come again, the healthcare team. And my name still remains Loretta Oduware Ogbo Oko. Today, we are here, Gidigba. We won't come talk to the healthcare policy of Obi-Datti team. That means the government, after this one, when we did so, when Peter Obi and Obi-Datti come on, waiting they get in plan, in waiting for those 133 million poor, multidimensionally poor Nigerians everywhere for the world. Now, I dey hear say even Plus TV, they tell us, say, now 30 minutes they won't give us for this healthcare session. Oh boy, that one not go join at all. Because every single Nigerian patient is worth it. If anybody there collapse now, we need good healthcare structures. Even though we get power, anything where they act so rock, if we not get good hospital, it never complete. And Obi-Datti know that one. So with your permission, Plus TV, and with the permissions of Nigerians across the world, and with the permissions of friends of Nigerians that wish Nigeria well, we're actually going to take our 1 hour because every single Nigerian patient is worth it. So today, we want to discuss health as a panel, and we have Nigerians from across the board, everywhere in the healthcare sector. Healthcare system is not only doctors. It's not only pharmacists. Here we have pharmacists, doctors, nurses, porters. And today, no less professionals than people like Izemia Okoje, obstetrician and gynecologist, a BMA representative. We have Seun Sowemimo, somebody who is a fantastic bariatric surgeon and holds his own even in the film industry. Have you ever heard of Milkmaid? Go and check it out. Emmanuel Emiasoba is there. Emmanuel is an internal physician with special interest in cardiological health. My dear, anything will concern your heart, now this man is supposed hold. And of course, we have our own Henry King, Henry Okodato, aka the first man who decided that as a doctor, he wants to be a comedian, and the first comedian to officially be a doctor. This man has traversed Nigeria, Warri, TNT, UK, name it. Primary healthcare to tertiary healthcare, the man did there. Comedio, he did there. And then I have Sister and Lady H, Henrietta Uku. This is a woman who has spent 30 years in Big Pharma, an internal physician and a public health expert. She's also an author. And of course, the man who has worked day and night with me, the man who tells me that you can't sleep, oh, this thing must happen, talking to Nigerians everywhere on the globe about healthcare. Ifeanyi Justin Okeke, a pharmacist, an academic. In fact, the man titles there too many. I can go on and the whole day we end, but we don't have that time. And of course, we have the CNS, the man who has decided that after getting all the training in the United Kingdom, he needs to do what we call brain gain, reverse brain drain. And he has been in Nigeria now for over 6 years, a consultant neurosurgeon with endoscopic and complex spine and complex brain skills, putting Nigeria on the map. Then we have our own very special brother, a man who has worked in the community. When you say community, door to door, community health extension worker. And then this man said, no, I will not stop there. He went on to become a nurse. And today, he is a peri-op nurse, working with some of the best minds in Nigeria. I want to join me welcoming these people. And then we are going to bring home case scenarios that we can all relate with, that will take us through the 7 pillars of Obi-Datti's healthcare plan. And I'm going to call on Izemia Okoje. Oh yeah, Ize, you get the floor. Nigerians are waiting for you.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Awesome. So, Peter Obi campaign. always talking on and on about the 7 pillars they're going to work on and how human capital development is important. So to streamline that, human capital development is made up of education and health. So from the health side of things, we're going to take a microscopic look to examine what the policy has or holds for us as a nation. So we're going to dissect this using case-based scenarios like like Loretta. Excuse me, we don't want to be called doctor here because we are all Nigerians. So Loretta said before, so I will be sharing my screen so you can see. I'll go straight into the first scenario. Okay, everyone, can you see my slides?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. So the first case scenario is a 54-year-old farmer of Buhari origin in the Abuja axis of Nigeria went to the farm about 6 a.m. in the morning to start his subsistence farming for the day. Unfortunately, while on his yam farm, and just as a long day was ending, he felt a sharp pain and called out to his wife, who had accompanied him to the farm that day. So upon realizing it was a snake bite, the brave woman sought for and was able to kill the snake with her cutlass. She then rushed her husband to the nearest healthcare center as he had started feeling weak and faint. On arrival at the twilight, there was no doctor at the primary healthcare center. The overnight nurse on duty put an oxygen mask on him and told the wife that she will inform the doctor about the presence of the patient when he arrived in the morning. The wife, in a bid to adjust the oxygen mask, realized that there was nothing flowing out of it. She pointed this out to the nurse, who took a second look at the cylinder and concluded that it had either run out of oxygen or something was wrong with the dispensing mechanism. Doctor and comedian Henry Udaso. Regarding the healthcare and healthcare capacity and resources pillar, what sort of manpower availability can you speak to in this case scenario?
Thank you very much, my dear sister Isaac. Nigerians, now well done. First of all, English, they confuse us inside this country. Where did be subsistence? My people, just simply mean say now the thing when the matter they also they shop every day. As in every day they go hustle. They call it now twilight. That twilight, leave twilight. The man they brought the man go hospital. Snake bite for Nigeria. Because say manpower not really day. I don't work as our sister Loretta Tokam. I don't work for primary healthcare, work for tertiary, I work for Delta State government. Well, I think name of the villages there and the towns they have for work. I constantly do the residency for UBTH. So the 3 tiers of government, hospital, I work for inside. What do they find for most of this kind of case? What do they see most of the time? They say, because say manpower not there. I'm not saying manpower not there alone, no. You go reach that hospital now, you do not get antivenom for the snake. Now make you they see some of them, those village people, they'll go they suck the wound where it as you yesterday now snake bite, they don't put pipe, they use their mouth till they suck them. No knowing say as they suck that thing they come on, they suck poison they put for their body too. So to cut big story short, manpower now World Cup for Nigeria, etc. You know, say World Cup now be the highest for football. Then medications, they're not there. That's a Champions League.
Okay, so Dr. Comedian, we will talk about those other aspects. So in other words, manpower is not available.
Not there at all. And then they come with policies. The government they come with plenty policy. Today they bamboozle the people and they don't say manpower not there.
Yeah.
Exactly. That made those policies not the effective.
All right. So, Loretta, do you think this nurse realized the need for urgency in this case?
It's a good thing we are using a scenario close to home like this. And this is what the Obi-Datti team is trying to do with healthcare and trying to stop. Clearly, you had a staff that did not have capacity in terms of skills, capacity in terms of knowledge. That staff did not understand the urgency of snake bite, did not immobilize the leg, and did not even know how to refer. The oxygen wasn't working, and she was saying the next morning, for goodness sake, snake bite person, the person got a faint. You'll get a set till tomorrow. No, this is what we need to stop. And Obi-Datti has said that we must improve human capacity and resource for healthcare. Now we say we not not get many doctors enough, but what we will come do, we will think in a Nigerian manner. How will take care of the over 200 million people where we get? Now, one thing we they call tax shifting and tax sharing. Now we say we will come begin, they turn our nurses then to get people where is sabi what that they do. We are going to train them, standardize them, even the traditional vet attendants and the queue. So that when person come there, they'll say, this is urgent, this is what I fit do, and this is how I'm going to refer to the nearest place. This is one of the big pillars out of the 7 of the Obi-Datti manifesto. Speaking to this case in time.
Thank you very much.
Make not verse Isaiah, make I just chook small mouth for them.
Okay.
Not that they talk say healthcare. Native doctors and tradomedical too. They need to incorporate them. Join with Loretta don't talk so.
So we are also kind of educate people on the basic needs for first aid in this sort of scenario. It's very common in Nigeria. I particularly don't like anything that creeps or crawls. So I have a big phobia for snakes. So you can imagine what, if you don't know what to do in that sort of situation, you panic, you are at risk of so many things. And in this particular case, this poor farmer is not only at risk of dying from snake bites, he's at risk of dying from insecurity from the situation in the nation. He's also at risk of dying from the corrupt practices going on and the sharp practices going on in the healthcare industry. So on that note, I'm going to call on Douglas. What can you speak to regarding service delivery in terms of equipment or equipping healthcare?
Oh, I think, can everybody hear me very well?
Yep, you're good.
Yeah, so I think the key thing we should remember here from a policy point of view, Obi-Datti's policy point of view, is that for a very long time, governments in Nigeria have not interfaced with people. The people too far from government. Remember, say you get this 133 million people when multidimensionally poor, and that multidimensional poverty means say they not get access to basic education, they not get access to basic health. You get one Ubunge big this is what they call sustainable development goals. If you look those goals, about 17 of them there. Number 3 now actually healthcare. Number 4, education. So healthcare, they're very, very important. One of the things where they're very weak for our healthcare system, now the primary healthcare system, which is the basic healthcare system. So if you look this man now, this man where they work for farms, so West Big Bite, where he goes so now the primary healthcare system across Nigeria, across the 774 local governments for Nigeria, they're almost non-existent. You go see buildings and stuff when they work. Now, when did the Obi-Datti policy they talk? They say they go really invest well for 2 key things. Number 1, the service delivery. Service delivery in terms of say, when you actually enter any small place in a primary healthcare center, they go get everything what they need in terms of key thing, like you rightly said, Isaiah, the human resource for health. And Loretta will talk good for the matter just now. When she talk about it, we say, if you look the population of Nigeria, 215 million people, roughly, and so. And you say you want to deliver care to these people. The about 40,000 doctors were in Nigeria, not there enough at all. Because if they look things like WHO standard, where they say 1 doctor to 600 patients, you don't go fit. So you now need to use this extra sense. Tell us, okay, how will come to deliver healthcare to these people? How will they provide service when they talk about? Isaac, to these people. So one of these what they don't talk, some of these what lawyers don't talk to say, you will look like the one particular cadre of healthcare workers. Say this cadre of healthcare workers, we go big them up, we'll give them extra training. They will come sabi those people that for this man who will enter that place, West Lake Bike, so they go feel respond well. You go train them in such a way to say they will get the capacity, they will get the knowledge, and you go regulate them well. Because one of these people they fear, they say, if you put these people, maybe they do some level where, like say they take some work for doctor, they feel something they misbehave or they misdiagnose people, they do this. But you go check them, you go make sure say what they call regulation, say they're strong well. But the big or they use sometimes robust accountability mechanisms. Okay, to make sure say that they ban. Now, so you will take, and that's so the Obi-Datti government, when they come in, now so they want to improve the service, especially for that primary healthcare where this farmer goes to. I will stop there for now.
Okay, so you can see from the policy document, the action plan for healthcare service delivery in the Obi-Datti regime, I would say, will be a focus on primary healthcare, solid infrastructure investment, i.e. renovation and maintenance. They're not interested in building new fantastic buildings that will crumble in the next, how many years or the next dispensation. And it's pretty, because we love pretty things in Nigeria, but we have a very poor maintenance culture. And also,
if you could permit me just for a few seconds, I add with it, join with it, Dr. Douglas. Douglas don't talk so. Another thing when they say it happen for those health, they don't get equipment. If you see primary health care for abroad, if you reach there, to seek or hungry you.
Yeah.
But if you come our primary health care, equipment not there. And apart from saying the most people manage get more equipment, they know they do retraining, they train them again, they update them. And I believe saying now waiting Obi-Datti could do because their experience and the kind of sense where they don't get about the leadership, it will help Nigeria.
Absolutely. That brings me to the hardware procurement side of the policy and workforce optimization. Now, I'm going to call on you, Sheil, and I'm going to ask you a question about what's it called now? The use of healthcare information systems in this case scenario. What would be your advice regarding how we can optimize care or make sure we deliver the safest care to these patients and millions of thousands of other farmers who are Nigeria's workforce actually and food basket generators?
Okay, thank you very much for bringing me into this scenario. The first thing I wanted to note was that as we were talking about manpower in the first instance, now women get the power inside this story because now women get power, kill that snake.
I tell you.
We men self, anyway, we leave that matter. But now women get power, kill that snake, and now not stay the center of this story.
Yes.
So where healthcare information systems and management enter and be saying, I see say Obi-Datti have a plan to leverage the resources that we have in the diaspora in terms of doctors, right? To use to help our healthcare system in Nigeria. Even here where I did for New Jersey, the biggest healthcare information management system that then they use, 1/3 of the workforce are Nigerians.
Imagine.
We think that one, right? So using healthcare information systems where them fit apply to the basis level, where we say your paka cell phone, not be like a fancy one like this where we get fit operate with them. That nurse can have the information she need to administer first aid to that farmer.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That nurse can have pictures of the kind venomous snakes where them be. We be say she won't even need to be carrying that snake. They carry and go health center. She go get those pictures on top that phone to identify, the kind of venom we go there. They leverage even those health information systems to map out the areas where those snakes then they localize, so that then go stock the kind anti-venom where they needed for those snakes in those
very important.
Very important.
Very important.
Healthcare centers that they there.
Be like say you go thief work from Lady H, but I wanted to call Lady H to talk more about vaccine and OKK as well. We'll talk more about vaccines and medicines regarding the policy of the Obi-Datti campaign.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Loud and clear.
Good. Thank you, Azia and Loretta and all of the speakers so far. The Obi-Datti campaign and manifesto has 7 core pillars in the health policy, as you know. And speaking on the medicines, vaccines section, as already mentioned, the anti-venom is critical. And we have many different types based on the different snakes. And in most instances, we use the poly-specific freeze-dried type, or the liquid type, which requires refrigeration. So when you think about these two options, we don't even have sustainable or sustained electricity or power for these primary care centers. So in the Obi-Datti campaign and manifesto, equipping and resourcing the medical centers, the primary care centers appropriately is certainly a principal aspect of the policy or the healthcare approach and the healthcare campaign. So when we think about these patients, there were some immediate steps that needed to have been taken, like immobilizing the joint or the section where he sustained the snake bite, lowering it. And these all require education, bringing a level of awareness, educating, mapping out, as you mentioned earlier, those areas where we have the prevalence of snake bites, riverine areas, swampy areas, tropical areas or the jungles where people work, or in the farm, and ensure that there are health fairs educating the general population there on snakes and how to take immediate care. And then to the point that has already been made around information technology, how do we get them transported from such interplaces to primary care centers, and having those primary care centers appropriately equipped and the nurses trained to know when to escalate and to administer some of the immediate therapies that we have available to us. So I think that the healthcare policies that are being put forward will actually address many of these, from both the leadership and governance, as well as availability of the medicines and equipment needed.
So the policy is going to be looking at points for action, looking into production, the management, and sustaining the production, and also regulating the production, so people are not producing fake or substandard antivenom or other products that require production in Nigeria. So that's the NAFDAC has to make sure they are on their ball and they're doing the right thing. Coming to you, Ifeanyi, I'm just going to stop sharing for a second so we can see you. What are your takes, or what else do you want to add to that regarding what Lady H just said? Have I got Ifeanyi Okeke on?
Yes, I think he needs to be unmuted. Can we unmute him, please?
Okay, good evening. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Oh,
yes. We can now.
Okay, great. Good evening, everybody. And I want to thank my sister Henrietta, who has already talked about the anti-snake vaccine.
Yeah.
But I want to add that Obi-Datti concept of from consumption to production is what the team is bringing to the table.
Absolutely.
I want to inform you that the concept of essential drug is about producing safe, affordable, effective, and quality drugs in Nigeria. So I want to also give you information that Nigeria was producing vaccines before. In Yaba, federal production, Yaba here. From 1940.
Absolutely.
From 1940 to 1991, we were producing our yellow fever, we were producing our anti-rabies vaccine, not just for consumption in Nigeria, but also for distribution to other African countries. So what went wrong? So Obi-Datti is saying we're going to produce our vaccines locally. And one of the advantages for that man that came in with a bite, do you believe that I have to go to India to get vaccine to give him? What if there is supply chain disruption, like the type we had during the COVID era? That means the man will die.
Exactly.
So we need to produce our vaccine locally, and we have the capacity. Obi-Datti team is bringing that to the table. Not just anti-snake venom, malaria vaccine, vaccine for childhood diseases, the diphtheria, pertussis, tetanus, polio, Haemophilus influenza type B vaccine, and also HPV vaccine. There's so many of them.
And what about COVID? The COVID
Obi-Datti is bringing to the table local operation of
I said, I bet if you know
and
my
also COVID vaccine.
Yeah.
COVID vaccine. Yes, COVID vaccine. Let me tell you, during the COVID time, Nigeria lost opportunity of benefiting from 1.2 billion euro of EU. because we did not have our local capacity. Some of those funds went to Ghana, Senegal, even South Africa. South Africa is boasting of about 3 vaccine companies now producing. Ghana here is warming up Senegal. So Nigeria, we are big, but we have to bounce back. Obi-Datti has done it before. Obi has done it in Anambra State. Obi-Datti is going to even do more.
Absolutely.
To make the primary care, secondary care work. That's all I have to add for now.
Thank you. And Harry, just cutting to you, there's something you wanted to say.
Yes. Not the only vaccine that Nigeria don't produce. There was a time that the Russian president, if I still remember, Yeltsin Boris, he get heart problem. Nigeria give them a heart. I joined the team when he go Russia go visit the man. We tell him say make he not go anywhere, go take treatment. We say we get heart to give him. We give him heart for Nigeria. Immediately,
who you kill?
Yeah, huh?
Immediately,
yeah. Who?
I say who you kill collect the heart. So
no, now immediately we brought him to Nigeria. We first of all go hospitalize her for Katsina State. Katsina State are the home of hospitality. Yeah. From then I will carry and go Delta because Delta might be the big heart of the state. We can't give a heart for them, but the heart not the beat. So they will carry and those they can't make the heart they beat. The heart was beating, but it was not working in an excellent condition. Now we carry enter Lagos. Lagos come make and they work in.
You know say Delta not they carry last.
By the time they finish giving the heart of the work finish, yes, in Boris and the team were very happy. They say, okay, where they want shop. Now we can't go Benue State, the food basket of the nation. They eat finish, they say they want bath. We carry enter Kogi State. The complex state where 2 rivers for me. Now so they jump inside river, bath. When they finish, they say, okay, where they want sleep. We say Anambra State Day, home for all. From there, they consider by the next morning when they wake up, they shook out for pocket. They say they not get money. We say they not worry. Nigeria get money. Nigeria is blessed. We carry the entire river state, the treasure base of the nation. The Boris and the team, we give them money finish. They say they won't go. But Boris say no. Say we must do something for all Nigerians. For this happen, we give them so. Say, but we go for do party for us. Now we say, no worry now. We get Center of Unity for Abuja. He could gather everybody. The man was so pleased. As he was going, say when one pass go. Now we take and go Ogun State, the Gateway State. Now they pass go us. So that past glory, when we get Obi-Datti will bring a comeback.
Absolutely.
That will bring a comeback.
Get ourselves.
Absolutely. We do plenty things.
And you know, it's not just that. There's also national pride, because even those of us in diaspora, when you see the way people are mistreated, even professionals are mistreated and treated like they're just common migrants, it's very heartbreaking. And you know, you just think if my nation was stable, this wouldn't be happening. You know, I mean, they can't treat a man from Switzerland that way, or someone from Sweden that way, who's working in the UK, for example. There's a degree of respect. So we need to get our national pride back. So I'm just going to give you some fun facts before we go on to the next scenario, which we will discuss quite rapidly. So WHO recommends that for managing snake bites, it's a category of care which is regarded as neglected in the public health sector. And they want to aim to drop the incidence by 50%, because so far about 81,000 to 140,000 people die globally. And in Nigeria setting, it's about 500 people per 100,000. So that's like 1 in 200 people suffering from snake bites in Nigeria. And those who suffer morbidity, as in suffer long-term consequences, including post-traumatic stress disorder, about another 400,000. So it's actually quite important. And like Lady H had mentioned about immobilizing, so you put pressure, immobilize, rush the person, give first aid on the site by immobilizing and putting pressure, take the person to the urgent care center or treatment center, and
Can I just add something to that, Isaac? I think another key thing is that if you look at the incidence of snake bites, it's actually around the food basket of Nigeria. It's actually in the savannah region of Nigeria. So that's really, really important, because one of the key things that the Obi-Datti is looking at is really pushing agriculture. So that's it's really important that we actually look.
Record. Are you obedient? Are you obedient?
We are obedient. Now my president you be. Me I want better tomorrow. We no want to load. No. Not the person where we
Yes, thank you very much for staying with us up till now. And we are doing our best to make it issue-based and at the same time entertaining for all of you watching from wherever you are on the planet. Okay, it's still the Global Fundraising Telethon. Now we are about to talk about a topic that is very close to my heart. We're going to talk about a sector that has the potential to, offer Nigeria much more youth labor than any other sector, except maybe for agriculture. All right, or you already know the sector that I'm talking about. I'm talking about the entertainment industry. It is the one industry in Nigeria that practitioners on their own have nurtured to a place where it has become the third fastest growing in the world. I mean, see the advancements of Nollywood. See how the Nigerian music industry has changed how Nigeria is seen across the globe. Our people are beginning to win Grammy Awards, and artists are beginning to get recognition all over the world. But back here at home, where are the incentives? Where is the enabling environment for them to flourish here at home? And most times when you look at our artists that are doing very, very well overseas, yes, they may be talents from Nigeria, but it is that influence overseas that has helped them achieve the kind of success that we are talking about. So on the panel with me now, we have some players in the industry. I have on the panel Acapella. Acapella is a comedian, an actor, and a fantastic singer as well when he chooses to. I have Rugged Man. Rugged Man is a musician. Once in a while, he shows his face in other things. He's also an on-air personality. We have Ime Bishop, aka Okon Lagos. You already know him, a comedian, a fantastic actor, and a man who has also had a small stint on the political side of the divide. Of course, I've been your co-host all evening. My name is Oke Bakasi, anyways, and these are all my friends. So, gentlemen, our sector, we have seen administration over administration. We have seen how much the youth of this country have been neglected, in terms of planning. It looks like the country has been designed for a few privileged individuals to the detriment of all the other creative, young-minded people who can bring a lot of energy to the economy. All right? And here on the program today, just to, fill you in a little on some of the things that we've talked about, we've had people who drafted the manifesto come here to talk about industrial clusters that are in the manifesto. They're talking about development areas where you have tech industries developing alongside other sectors of the economy, everything geared towards moving us from consumption to production. All right, they've talked about what they're going to do in the power sector, to turn things around. The entertainment industry, what do we need that the Obi-Datti movement can do differently from what has been done? Let me start with Okon.
Well, what can be done? A lot can be done.
Okay.
A lot can be done. The entertainment industry is a bit multifaceted. Mm-hmm. It's not. We have the genre of arts spanning from music, to teledrama.
A long list. If you begin to reel out all the list, I mean, it's long.
But the most outstanding, the most arguably prominent of all of them is the movies
and music.
The music, stand-up comedy, And now we have how do I put it? The skit making.
I can put all that on the acting and whatever. And whatever.
Yes.
So, what do you guys need? Not like I'm not part of it.
Okay.
Not like I'm not part of it. I'm part of you people.
Yes.
But what do you guys need?
You see, we need funding.
Okay.
We need basic funding.
Yeah.
Funding can be. Cash is not only the only source of money or the only form of money.
Okay.
Yeah. We need fiscal funding, and also funding by way of putting things in place.
Infrastructures, intervention
in place.
Okay, I'll leave you there so that you can digest properly and find your because I'm going to ask you. Everybody needs funding, actually. Everybody needs funding.
Effective, not just funding, effective funding.
Good.
Yes.
I'll come back to you on that aspect, but let me go to the music guy. Let me go to Rugged Man. Rugged Man, you've been in the music industry for a very long time, all right? So, if you were to be part of the team that contributed to the Obi-Datti manifesto, and you had to put things in it, all right? Seeing where we are and how things have not gone well, what are the areas where you think, okay, you guys touch up here, you know?
I'd say, this one word that's always been out there for ages now has always been copyright. You know, copyright. If I remember correctly, I'm a member of the executives for the Performing Musicians Employers Association of Nigeria, which is PMAN. And I know one of the things on ground is the fact that Nigeria loses over 15 trillion to piracy every year. Wow. That is a fact, not play. And this is something we've learned like 3 years ago. And if I remember correctly, when did Nigeria's budget finally get to $1 trillion? Now imagine if we were like saving that money for the country. You know, imagine what it would do to our budget and to the economy. But and apart from piracy, we also need the government to look into telcos and the likes who actually use not just musicians' intellectual property, but also movies and pay us way less than we're supposed to get. Because right now, the sharing formula is telcos are getting 70%, entertainers, content creators are getting 30%, which is not supposed to be anywhere in this world. But that's what's happening in Nigeria. So that's part of what I would want the government to look into and reverse that.
Okay, so yeah, still have that, be processing that further, because I'm going to also ask questions. I want to go to a cappella.
I want to also expand on what Rugged Man has said. In fact, it's so heartbreaking that you will see that we do the same thing that other people do. I'll give you an instance, Facebook, YouTube, like royalty protection, for instance. There's something that they call the RPM. Like he said, they share 70-30. And so the RPM means that per view, I make so, and so. If you look it through Nigeria and other parts of the world, so maybe somebody in the US is getting $1.10. We are getting 0.001. So somebody from USA can get 100,000 views and make, for instance, $3,000. You can get 3 million views and you don't have $500.
And why? Why is it so?
Okay, so I think
because I mean, what is it that the government will be the one to say to these people? Because that's private business, anyways. Is it that we get our legislators to put in place measures that will make anybody who is practicing in this space to look at whatever you're doing elsewhere? What is good for the Jews, like we say, is good for Uganda. So whatever you're
add there with specific reference, or with all due respect.
Yes.
Before to look at it.
I think for me, I want the government to put either have a policy that actually makes sure that Nigerian creative content creators get paid the same as the American and the British.
Because content is content.
Yes, because content is content. But and as we speak, even the ones getting the 0.00 are getting it because they have people acting as agents between them. And YouTube
Nigeria
and
is not
Facebook.
eligible.
Nigeria is not eligible.
Nigeria
But brotherly, who are the people who make content go viral the most in this world?
Nigerians, yes.
You understand? So, but we get paid less. So that is one of the major things I would like.
Yeah, and part of it is, I think, because, you know, they look at the body language of your government. They are not even serious. If people can ban Twitter, you know, and other platforms that are helping the youths, you know, project their potential and make money, you know, and ban it for no good reason, for like forever, then why do you expect owners of those platforms to now begin to reward your people when the body language of your government shows, oh, okay, I mean, you people, we don't even care about you guys.
You know another one, cable.
Yeah.
Cable.
The cable TV.
Cable TV.
Yeah.
Let me not mention name because they're not paying us.
Yes,
they're
yes.
not paid for it, but unless
Yes.
they contribute immensely to this
Yes.
fundraiser, then I'll mention the name. But let me not mention the name.
Yeah.
Now, there's a certain cable company that increases their tariffs at will in
Yes.
Nigeria.
It's like mood swings.
And
Yes.
in their
Once they
own,
feel bad.
but in their own country, when you subscribe for 1 month, you can pause your subscription and travel for a year, come back and resume.
Pay per
That
view.
same
They
1
charge
month.
per view, yeah.
But in Nigeria, yeah, if you like, light day, light no day, you day house, you know day.
Rain just
He's
like
reading.
one for every
He's reading, and he go. So we need the government to check all this and let the people outside, let foreigners respect us.
Yeah. You are only going to be treated the way you want to be treated. That is the truth. You know?
Yeah, but I'm not the one that will talk to these people. It's the government.
It's,
that's why we're here.
It's the government. That's why we have to do everything to make sure that we put in a very responsible government that is going to mirror the true nature of the Nigerian people, to be perceived by the members of the international community, you know, so that that respect can be drawn to us and can be drawn directly.
Yeah,
to us.
you know, you see.
If not, we're still going to be like that. How are they going to respect us? How?
Okon, I want to align with you a little because if you look at the history of television in Africa, the first place television came in Africa was Nigeria. All right? And how many years later, other people, you know, had the same experience. But fast forward to 2023, we have a foreign cable company doing way better in Nigeria than elsewhere in Africa. And our own flagship TV is not even doing half as well. It's still depending on government for lifeline. I mean, with all the funds that are injected into the national carrier every year, when you tune their station, you will be wondering, what are we still in the Stone Age in terms of clarity of the picture that you get? You know, with all the financial, so imagine so imagine that station or that corporation had grown in ways that it should have grown. Will these people come here, dominate, and give us the shorter end of the stick? It wouldn't happen. So these are areas I think, you know, and I'm happy. At one forum, I was listening to P2B talk about it. He mentioned the national carrier, both radio and television, that there will be serious intervention. You know, they will learn to run independently and be able to, because there is no way you will say you have the widest reach and government will always be spoon-feeding you.
Yeah.
They have the widest reach.
It doesn't make sense.
In the stricter sense of the word widest, they have the widest
reach. In the content world, followership translates into money.
Yes.
Yeah? Widest reach should translate into revenue. So they have no reason to be underperforming.
Widest reach and the widest well to fill.
Yes.
I think the government needs to set up. It's not just setting up, what do you call it, a body or an organization. It has to be effective.
The problem we have in this country
I'll give you an
is
example.
blah, 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 blah.
Hold on, acapella.
Do you know that as of today, Nigerians are one of the most users of Facebook and Instagram. Instagram pays for content creation. Facebook pays for content creation. Nigeria is not eligible. To earn money, you have to be linked to another country with everything we are doing. And I'm not even sure people in government knows.
They are not interested. Everybody is thinking about oil money.
For me, I think one office. I think it's time we actually, ask the government to create a minister for entertainment.
Yeah.
I
to
think
be honest,
I think it's time for the Nigerian government to create the office of the Minister of Entertainment. And please, it has to be an entertainer.
Yeah. Even if it's not a minister, even if it's a department.
No. What I mean, whoever is going to head it has to be somebody, either an entertainer or somebody who knows about entertainment. He doesn't have to be a musician. He can even be an entertainment lawyer.
Round plug in round hole.
Yes, so that we want a round plug in a round hole. We don't want a carpenter to come and run entertainment.
Yes, I agree with you completely.
Why it's not working.
Because look at what has happened to sports. Because sometimes when we talk about sports, let us not forget that sports is also
A form of
entertainment. It's a form of
entertainment.
entertainment.
Yeah, yeah.
Because look at what the EPL is doing for England. All right, the Arabs are spending so much money acquiring clubs. Imagine if it was happening in Nigeria, that Arabs are rolling over themselves trying to buy Nigerian clubs.
That's sports. That's sports.
What it would do for foreign exchange earning and how it will strengthen the naira. Look at places like Brazil, for instance. Some equivalent of states in Brazil, what they generate from selling players abroad is more than so many states in Nigeria combined. Clubs that produce people like Neymar, people like the young boy who plays for Arsenal, Martinelli, and all these people.
Mascherano, Tevez, that
You
was in Argentina.
you can just name them. Imagine that
Martinez of Man U.
Yeah, imagine that the Ministry of Sports is living up to its expectation, that you have people who understand sports and they are not just using that ministry to settle political hangers-on, because it looks like anything that has to do with the Nigerian youths, they just leave it for one person. Okay, we don't give you anything.
No.
We never give this
Use
man
this for
anything.
everybody.
Your man go stay for sports.
And the man will be near 70.
Yes.
So they lead youth.
Yes, he never run before, he never jogged before, he never played football for his whole life. He never even go watch match before. You understand? They will give him sports to handle. You know, they bring all manner of characters. So imagine that government had taken all this sector seriously and let Nigerians create the enabling environment. Because I remember having the opportunity to contribute to a government document in one of the states. And at the time, we looked at the state, and in every local government, they had stadium. But that we are useless. Because youths will not, if you go to those stadia, they are bush.
Nature-wide location.
Yes, all manner of reptiles reside there, and having reptile Olympics in what is supposed to be a sports facility of a local government. So part of the recommendation is go around the entire state, all the stadia in that state, rehabilitate, put modern sport equipment, put uninterrupted power, put Wi-Fi. What are they doing with local government funds? If you have a stadia, if you have all the stadia in a state fully equipped with light 24 hours and uninterrupted internet, now what will happen is that it becomes a hub in the local government.
Yes, exactly.
For young people to go and take advantage of light. Because there's 24-hour light there, even if they don't have in their homes, they can sit in the stand and read their book and do their assignment when there's no light in the village. Because there's uninterrupted Wi-Fi, somebody can buy a laptop for someone in the village and they can go there and browse the internet. And you never can tell the kind of talent that can develop just in the place. And while at it, while doing that, they are playing sports because they are sports facilities. So it becomes a place where talent is developed
everywhere in the world. Stadium takes care of them.
And guess what? It wouldn't need to run on state funds.
No,
put it in
because
place.
it generates fund on its own. Yeah.
There are people in the community who their CSR or who their give back to society will be, okay, I'll provide data as part of, because people are sponsoring football tournaments in villages. So if facilities are there, somebody like me can come back to my village and I say, okay, I'll donate internet facility. I'll make sure for 1 year, I'll be the one taking care of it. And before you know, another person will say the year after you, endless. It won't cost government a dime. Another person will say light. Even if you don't have power, I will provide diesel or I'll provide generator. These things will be kept functional. Then amongst themselves, you will employ youths to run it. And you unlock development.
It's true. You were talking about Rugged Man. You made mention of office of an office of like a ministry or a parastatal or something that will
handle entertainment.
It ought to be run by a real entertainer, not a phantom entertainer. But it's okay. But I think the real problem that we have, or the real thing that we need to do is to have a mental and ethical and attitudinal renaissance. That's what we need.
I believe that.
In terms of leadership.
I think it should
but I believe that's part of what's happening right now.
Every facet of our national life.
That is where we are. That is why we are doing this Obi-Datti movement.
That's why we're here.
That is why we are here.
It should be, because if you don't get the foundations right, every other thing that you are putting on top is
going to
a
stand like
disaster
somebody.
waiting to happen.
Yes, sir. Yes.
All right, gentlemen, we will take a break. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll continue to talk about the entertainment sector, the way forward with Obi-Datti. Yeah, don't go anywhere, please. We'll come back soon.
Record. Are you obedient? Are you obedient?
Now my president you be. Me I want better tomorrow. Me no want to load. No. Now the person where we need. If you want better tomorrow.
Nigerians are a great people, enterprising and caring for one another. And here is a presidential candidate who shares these values, who thinks and acts differently from transactional politicians.
Tell me what a governor in Nigeria needs to dispatch riders. What so? Every flight I've taken in Nigeria as a governor was economy.
After a successful career in business,
I was a trader. Everybody knows I was a very big trader. So I had a viable business. I was sitting on the board of 3 banks, could be chairman of one before I became governor.
and private life of exemplary conduct,
I have been to over 200 secondary schools, hospitals, and everything. Sokoto, Nasarawa, Kogi, everywhere, giving schools computer, money.
He came to public office as governor and practically transformed the state once challenged on many fronts.
Mr. Peter Obi's greatest legacy in office was his financial prudence. He funded development projects without borrowing money from financial institutions, nor raising bonds.
In less than 2 decades in public life, he has stood up to powerful interests on behalf of the youths and people, taking tough stands.
We want to build a coalition of Nigerians, especially the youth, to take over our country. If I'm president today, no government official will spend on it. You go to jail.
He has also chosen a running mate, Dr. Yusuf Datti Baba Ahmed, a prudent and accomplished nationalist who shares the same values. It says something about the president he will be.
I do not have money for money politics. I simply will not play that kind of politics in buying delegates. Not me.
He has visited states across Nigeria and envisions endless possibilities that abound.
Kaduna used to be home of textile and garments. There's nothing happening in Kaduna. The 4th or 5th biggest export of Vietnam is footwear, which Abba can deliver. Abba used to do it. This is something that is so simple that you can do.
With him, it's a different kind of politics, with the plan to move our country from consumption to production, drastically cut down the cost of governance, lead by personal example of prudent conduct, holistically tackle insecurity, and bring back hope at a time when it is desperately needed.
Nigeria is not a poor country. The leadership of Nigeria is poor. You have to remove the... Nigeria is a very rich country, blessed by God. You can remove Nigeria from being a consuming, sharing country.
Record. Are you obedient? Are you obedient?
electricity, culture of poverty. That is the culture we want to throw away.
Let them know that no Nigerian is more Nigerian than any Nigerian.
We will stop the stealing and start the keeping.
Travel to the world. Because you not to kill the rights of the man. When the country is
The change is in your hand. Get your PVC and let the march to the change.
We need to invest in the youth. The youth, everybody, do you know why people retire when they are 60, when they are 65? Because they're no longer as productive as they are when they're the youth. So investing in the youth is investing in ancient.
Record. Are you obedient?
Greetings, Nigeria. My name is Kathy Icon, and this is my spoken word piece. There was a time when we lived as one. There was a time when we could afford to get fuel without any hassle. There was also a time when we were happy with our naira. There was a time when good and immediate justice were served for any hideous crime committed. But now, everything has gone sour. Now Nigerians fight one another, hurl insults, and people die. We now live in a country where the lives of animals matter more than the lives of humans. We live in a country where the police force, whom we call our friends, now become our enemies. We tend to fight corruption, but our white knight has feet of clay. Then we turn a blind eye while others bray. Do not forget the deaths of our promising youth during End SARS protests. Yesterday, we were happy and free as a bird. Today, with nostalgia, we bite our thumb. Today, people glorify incompetency as the godfather while they complain of bad company later. But now, a new Nigeria is born. Now is the time to arise as compatriots. I see a new Nigeria where everything works, where our hospitals function perfectly well. I see a new Nigeria where power supply is constant with no single disruption. I see a new Nigeria where there will be no ASU strikes to keep students at home for so many years. And this is possible by being obedient and useful. Peter Gregory Obi, a man of valor, a man of great intelligence and agility, a man of transparency. Talk about the Sun newspaper man of the year, Peter Obi. Talk about the best governor in the southern eastern part of Nigeria, Peter Obi. Talk about Silverbirds man of the year, Peter Obi. Talk about the hope for a new Nigeria, Peter Obi and Dati Baba Ahmed. Vote wisely. Be obedient and useful to Nigeria. I stand with the Labour Party. Nigeria will be great again.
Record. Are you obedient? Are you obedient?
Now my president you be. Me I want better tomorrow. Me no want to load. No. Now the person will be me. If you want better tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm sure you're enjoying your weekend with us. It's still the Global Fundraising Telethon, and we are talking the entertainment industry. And of course, I have my panelists. I did introduce Ime Bishop Okun Lagos. He's still here. Rugged Man is pretty much here. But Acapella is on standby. He's doing something else. So in place of Acapella, we'll have Funny Bone. Funny Bone is a comedian, an actor. Yes, and a newly married young man. Yes. I had to add that. Yes. It's an accomplishment. To be married in Nigeria is no joke. You know easy. All right. Okay, let me start. Funny Bone, since you just joined us, let me go straight to you. Lots of young people today are interested in the entertainment space because there are no jobs. No jobs. No jobs. Youth unemployment is at an all-time high. Okay, you have been in the acting industry and the stand-up comedy industry. What are the challenges that a young person out of school or never been to school that decides to choose this career path? What are the challenges they are likely to encounter? Because sometimes when we highlight some of these problems, then we can begin to see clearly how we can find solution from your own personal experience.
Yeah, so I think that as an industry, we can't talk about what you're likely to face without talking about the struggles the industry in itself is going through.
Okay.
Because if there's a platform and a structure that is sustainable, then it can expand and make room for those coming in. And when you come in, you enjoy good value, based on the structure that you're seeing on the ground. Good. So, and the industry is, it has facets, it has angles, it has, so I will speak first of all from, the movie and the, comedy. The comedy. I think for music, shout out to them. They've been able to do a good job. Not so much. I mean, not so much, but compared to the film industry and stand-up comedy, I think that the fact that if I put up a song that is not mine on my videos on YouTube, it is flagged down. That's a plus.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Take it all. Or,
good business.
Yes.
Good business. Yeah.
Take it or leave it. That is a major plus.
Mm-hmm. But one of the major reasons, it's not being flagged down because of a Nigerian structure.
Yeah, but at least it's coming to come.
No, why is it being flagged down? Sorry.
It's somebody else's music. It's copyright. Yes. And that's because the original owner probably released the music using an international platform and they monitor every source that is played from.
Interesting.
Yes. So I'm saying...
So we need our own Nigerian structure.
Yes. So, but my point is, I don't care where it's coming from. There's a flag down.
Yes.
No, that I get what you're saying. I needed that extra information. And that will serve, that will serve as some, level of checkmate as to how your content is being assessed.
Yes.
Now, comedy videos, I stand to be corrected. They are the most shared, freely viewed content on the internet in the world.
And
Nigerian comedy videos.
And the owners don't get
a dime.
It's sad.
And nobody's flagging you.
I'm a victim.
And nobody's flagging you down, both internationally or locally.
Nobody's helping you.
So it's back to the same topic that if there's a structure where the industry, and this is not even, it's not, it's not a foreign thing. It can be local, but it's well done. Because I'm aware that in Kenya, if you're caught doing piracy, it's a big crime. You can go, it's not 5 years.
It should be a big crime.
It should be everywhere. Like it's a big deal. But here, it's been normalized. Where you go to buy your content, you buy it, in traffic. There
was even a time, Rugged, you will remember, there was even a time musicians were paying marketers to pirate their songs.
Yes.
I paid,
because that's how they,
from experience. You create your song, you pay someone to pirate it.
And that's how they blow. In quote,
at
blow.
the time.
But right now it's still happening in some because some musicians still pay, some DJs pay some.
Just like in acting today, some actors still pay producers to feature them in movies.
Boss, this job here, it just gets to a point where you tell yourself that you no longer dance because there is my teacher in school will say, you get to a point in your life where you don't dance because you know how to dance.
Yeah, but
you dance because you enjoy dancing.
Yes. But before I go too far, you have established the fact that, yes, the structure has to be there to make the industry more robust
Yeah.
for the young ones to come in. You have not really addressed that question of what will likely be the challenge of a young person who's coming.
So-
in. Do I leave that to?
What's going to be the?
You know he's not a young person.
job.
I would like to take that question.
Okay.
Let's move it forward. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
my God.
When you want to have veterans,
I'm happy
he
I
can
was
speak
far
up.
from you.
Let him speak for veterans. Let me answer for the youth, please. Thank you. That's my question. I will pick it myself. So I think that first of all is, what are you bringing into the industry?
Yeah.
I always say this. I ask young people like myself this question: what are you bringing into the industry? You see an Okon, you like him, you want to be like him. You see a funny bone, you see Okay Bakassi.
Me we did.
Acapella. No, you they sing now. You they rap.
Yeah,
okay, you see like. So what are you bringing into the industry? So first I think is, if you're bringing in value, if you're bringing in something new, if you're bringing in creativity, something that would spur and make us even think further, I think you will thrive, as someone who is young in the industry. But if you're coming in to tap, to recreate, to further stretch,
To photocopy.
to rewrite or to review what's there already, your lifespan certainly would outlive you. But having said that, is the fact that if there's a structure, and I am happy for social media and what is doing now in my industry or in our industry. Even though I think that it needs to be checkmated, but I like that young people are finding their level on their own.
Yeah.
Where if you're funny,
You can make it.
you don't need to bug my phone to help you. From your house, you can create a content for as long as what you're selling and what you're saying is fact and true. You're not misquoting anybody. You're not abusing anybody's brand or goods because you have the space on the internet, where fans can appreciate you from the comfort of your home.
Directly. So basically what government should do to encourage those who can do that is better internet penetration.
Thank you.
Electricity has to get into all the nooks and crannies, and internet has to penetrate everywhere so that young people can unleash.
And then also help. We have bodies. We have like the Actors Guild. We have like the P-Man performing musician. The government also has to come into that in one way or the other to check what they have on ground on their own and then find out what they need to work. And when I say this, I want to say this because when I just mentioned P-Man, I say, now let me tell you something that a lot of people do not know. Back in the days, I used to think P-Man was just a place for old reggae artists and dreadlock, dada. But until the current P-Man president, Preeti Okafor, called me and told me his plans. Now let me quickly tell you, real quickly, what he did was he brought banks, he's brought hospitals, he's brought insurance companies. So what he's doing for registered members right now is once you register, you get health insurance, life insurance, you get a pension plan. There's even access to small loans, And also he has this thing he's working on now. When you have your music, when you come to register your music for release, it gets encoded. Same thing they do with iTunes and Kodu. It gets encoded. So once you want, this is one of the reasons why the banks are there. When you now register your music, it gets encoded. It's linked to your account that you opened with the bank. I don't want to mention the name. You open with the bank.
Yeah.
So now basically what happens is when you do your split sheet, okay, Bakassi is the CEO of the record label. He gets 40%. You are the artist. You get 20%. I mix and master. I get 10. He produced. He gets. So if you're all registered members, you all have your accounts and everything is linked. Once that split sheet is done, it's put in the system. Anywhere it's downloaded or streamed, your music, your money goes straight into your account. No middleman. That's what P-Man is working on now.
That's good.
This is one
fantastic.
of the
It's worthy of note.
Yes.
And that highlights the importance of every entertainer belonging to an umbrella association.
Yes.
Because all these advantages that come with it, all right? I understand. I get it because I'm a member board of trustees of the Nigerian Actors Guild. And I understand that some actors are yet to become members of the guild. Now, in other climes, you can't even climb the stage if you're not a member of a guild. You understand? You can't go to America today and expect that you're going to show your face in any movie if you're not a member of their SAG. You can't do that. But in Nigeria, anybody can stroll from Cotonou, land here, and they are shooting the movie. They say, yeah, come and act, Mr. Okay. And you're there, suddenly you're on stage. You know, and some of our practitioners don't see any reason in our day. We need to strengthen our guilds, because some of these structures, when we create and strengthen them, becomes organs of negotiation with government and other foreign partnerships.
Exactly.
So even when government begins to formulate policies, these are the people that they can sit with and say, okay, let's talk to your sector. It's not every time they will have to look at individual actors who sometimes when they go there, they probably don't know, because we are creative. Sometimes we are busy creating that we don't even understand the rudiments of these things. But officers of an association somehow need to be trained to understand this one.
Which brings me back to the creation of the office of the Minister of Entertainment.
Yes, yes, because the one has to liaise with all these people.
Yes.
Now that takes me to Okon, the question I want to ask, because you have been in government a little.
I've been in government, okay.
Yes, so you've been in government.
Yeah.
So assuming you're one sitting on that desk as director in charge of acting or director in charge of the creative department or entertainment industry, and you have to advise, like when you were there, to advise a governor on what to do to make the sector more viable for the citizens in the state, what would your kind of advice be? I've been in that position as well before. I used to be the senior special assistant on entertainment industry matters before. But I'm asking you now.
How did you fare?
It's a tough place to be. It's education like no other. But I'm moderating now, so I'm asking you.
You know, there is it's a tall order, very tall order, if your principal, the interest of your principal does not align.
I know that.
It's a tall order. In fact, it's a utopia.
But regardless of the interest of your principal here, well, I'm not asking. I know that, and I know that that can be a very big challenge, because if the man that you're working for, that is not on his radar of things to do, it becomes a challenge. But still, that does not stop you from putting together your intention, your ambition, things that you think can be done. So what would your advice be?
Like I said, entertainment.
Yes.
Entertainment has like music. We have
all those aspects. We have all of them.
Yes.
Don't list again.
Who's gonna be on this one?
I'm trying to manage my time.
Like what? Manage
I'm
which
trying
time?
to
Manage which time?
Don't list. We already know it.
How can you bring a topic that needs to be exhausted in 1 hour, and then you want me to do magic? You think I have a magic wand here? You think we're all magicians here? You have to communicate effectively, and you have to start somehow, maybe with a preamble before you get to the middle, and then you get into a conclusion.
Yeah, because I don't want to spend my time on preamble, but go ahead.
It's okay. You don't want to spend you want me to summarize it in how many minutes? Look at you. Roger Man said something, and then I will listen. First of all, nobody has monopoly of knowledge. Yes, I don't have monopoly of knowledge, and I don't even intend to, because I know that it is impossible to do so. Now, if I am in that position, I know I don't know all. Okay, I will definitely harness. I will collate. I will synthesize minds. Yes, I will synthesize cerebral minds who are going to help me.
That's right.
Okay.
Good.
Done. All right. Like in the music industry right now, that something has been done. Okay. I mean, it's a right step in the right direction. It's an excellent thing to do. And then you get it done. You make sure that, okay, fine, your principal breathes life
you're very correct. I'll give you an idea, some of the things that I did, because I had to learn on the job. Okay. I was in the entertainment industry, and they suddenly snapped me up and said, okay, come and work. All right. Fortunately, we have the benefit of education, all of us here.
You never even give me finish.
Oh, sorry. Okay, go ahead. I thought you were. Sorry.
What were you talking?
I just wanted to help you.
Okay, help me. What am I planning?
Okay. You don't know you're planning. Who will tell you yet?
Am I okay. Who is the entertainer? Okay. The entertainer, the professional entertainer, is a person who puts his either humor or music or whatever poetic expertise into work, in creating happiness, in exchange for naira and kobo. So that is it. Now, first of all, you who is an entertainer, you did reorientation. You who is an entertainer, what is your purpose? Are you getting into entertainment industry for the intrinsic or extrinsic value of entertainment? Intrinsic as in, are you getting into entertainment to entertain for the main purpose of entertainment, or you're getting into it as a means to an end?
So
or rather, are you getting into it as an end in itself, or you're getting into it as a means to an end?
Yeah,
it is terrible for one to say, okay, fine, I want to be an entertainer just because I cannot pay my bills. I believe that people who are doing skits now, those are the people who are cashing out. I think I want to be an entertainer. I want to do skits now just because of that. You know.
Okon, can I we'll kill you after this show? You know why? Because he wanted you to just tell us what you would do if you were sitting with your governor.
First of all, I will tell them. Like, okay, in movies.
You didn't hear they do like person when they fear in governor.
Which one be fear my governor? Not we hire them. There is something they call interministerial and direct labor committee and jobs in my own state, where they can gather like 3 or 4 people and say, okay, fine, no, all right, renovate a particular primary school in your own area, and then funds are released to that. There are young and up-and-coming content producers, content creators, and then all the smaller, how do you call it, movies, small movies that they do, all the small films, low-budget films. Why don't you just gather these producers, in quote, like 1, 2, 3, 4 of them, give them startup grants, okay, non-refundable, okay, and then see to the extent that they can use those grants and then have a monitoring team that will make sure that those grants are re-injected again and recycled.
Thank you. You managed to escape with 1 point. 1 point grants. In all these things. Sit down, my friend. Sit down, my friend. In all these things. We managed to squeeze out grants.
Oh, yeah.
We managed to squeeze out grants. All right, time is no longer our friend. We need to wrap up this entertainment industry segment. It's been a very robust one and one that we enjoyed so much. There's a young man here. Bring him in quickly. Okon, you can go and rest quickly. Charles, come. Give Charles mic. Let me round up with him. Since I made him come all the way. You're an old man, Charles Inoji.
Now my president you be, me I want better tomorrow. Me no want to load, no. Now the person will be me, if you want better
Record. Are you obedient? Are you obedient?
Now my president you be, me I want better tomorrow. Me no want to load, no. Now the person will be me, if you want better.
When you talk about the economy, you must talk about the issue of underemployment and unemployment. It is the greatest contributor to building a strong economy. If people don't have job, you have terrorism, you have banditry, you have all sorts of characters. If they remove any of us of it,
Record. Are you obedient? Are you obedient?
All right, thank you so very much. Before we round up, before we leave here, fortunately, the man that I've been waiting for since to join us on this panel, he's here with us. Charles, Charles is an actor, a director, and in fact, a thespian that I have so much respect for. Charles, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Yes, we've all contributed. Now that you're here, just for you to put the icing on the cake. The Obi-Datti movement, with all the effort and the support that Nigerians are giving them, when they become president and vice president respectively, what intervention can they give to Nollywood to turn it around, to be able to create more jobs? Because youth labor is one aspect of our lives that we have to do something quickly so that we put so many people, get so many people working. And Nigeria is blessed with talent. What will be your recommendation to the administration?
Okay, great. Against the backdrop of the fact that, I think you already alluded to that, the fact that Nollywood is probably, aside government, the highest employer of direct and indirect labor. It would be, sheer foolhardiness for any government to neglect, as they always do, a sector like that. So I would expect that the Obi-Datti government do not make the mistake that past administrations have made, particularly the administration that has shown the industry perhaps more love than any other, which would be the Jonathan administration. And that is bringing cash, hundreds of millions of naira, giving it to some maybe party faithfuls, maybe some loyalists, hangers on, and say, we want to use this money to develop the industry. No, that money would, as it did, end up in the hands of a few persons. Probably just look out for a few practitioners, put some in their hands so that they too would not make noise, and the rest becomes history. I would advise that they don't make that mistake. Each time we talk of assistance for the industry, people think what we need the most is cash. That is not true. That is not true. For instance, we can visit the extant laws, particularly those that speak to piracy. Today, if someone is convicted for piracy in Nigeria, the penalty is 50,000 naira.
Wow.
So I can, as a pirate, just pile up some hundreds of millions somewhere. Each time I'm convicted,
give them 50.
Continue
You
to
can't even drop 1 million in advance. They just leave.
I don't pay. I continue to reap where I do not sow. But if the laws are made in a way that they are deterrent, in a way that before you commit the crime, you think, is this worth it? That is one. Two is that an industry like ours is too large, too critical to Nigeria's economy to be left in the hands of just party faithfuls.
People who know nothing about the business.
Nothing about it. Maybe some accountant somewhere, with all due respect, I don't have anything against accountants, engineers.
An engineer in the wrong position is wrong.
Wait till remain. You know that man supported us so much
during the campaign. And ministries don't finish.
Tell him to say somebody. There's this position in this industry.
Let him just and put him.
And the man will just be there. Like they say, round pegs in a square. And at the end of the day,
it doesn't work.
Same old. So I would expect that they look out for those people who are knowledgeable about the business that we do, so that
and who have done the business successfully over time.
Very important. Very
time.
Important. Perhaps Nigeria is the only place where you don't reckon with people that have done a particular trade when it comes to administering medicine for the sickness of that trade.
And Charles, in addition, because we are running out of time, in addition, to remove some bottlenecks that hinder creativity. Example, we know that in Nigeria today, if you make some movies exposing some parts of our history that government does not want to hear, is not going to be censored or allowed to sell in Nigeria. So we need to remove those bottlenecks.
Very important.
To unlock creativity.
Unlock
of creativity.
Tell it as it is.
For instance, again, too, there's a document that the industry came together to prepare that we believe, even if it may not be the be all and end all, but this is a document that can be a good starting point for us, which is the Mobicon Bill. We've been on that for ages.
Yeah.
Why can't we have that bill passed so that we at least have something that regulates the industry? You cannot have an unregulated industry and hope that one day that industry will make a success. With the kind of monumental, huge growth that has happened in Nollywood in the past 10, 15 years.
Without assistance.
Without
assistance.
Now imagine what it
all right,
like
gentlemen, I have to run because we have a loaded schedule for this program. Thank you very much for your time. Charles, Rugged Man, and Funny Bone, a cappella, and Ime Bishop. You guys were amazing. All right, we'll take a break again. Don't go anywhere. It's the Global Fundraising Telethon, and we are still here.
I'm very happy to be part of this movement where the son of a nobody can become somebody without knowing anybody. Because if you look around you, you'll agree with me that things that we are going through in Nigeria now, it's off. It's off. If you look at other environments, you see young people, they pursue their dream. But for Nigeria, they pursue us for dream because nothing is stable. The suffering is so much. Everybody is suffering. Queue for fuel, queue for money, queue for food. Suffer too much. If you are not careful, you go to envy people who died last year because they don't see this problem. You can't be like, no, for God. It's crazy. Youths have resolved to betting. Nothing they know they take bets now. Everybody, if you check youth pocket, before those days, now old men, you go to see pool ticket, like pool. Now, youths, they bet anything. One of my friends don't bet. Now, they don't chop your money. Now, only boxing, they bet now. I tell her, say, why they bet only boxing? He said, at least if I lose, I know say person will make me lose. They don't help me beat up. They don't help me blow on left. I said, okay, it makes sense, Because look now, nothing we will never see for Nigeria of recent. The one we call it one time now, network marketing. Somebody go just come meet you, sir, can I talk to you? Once you see that hand like this, run, because the next way you go here, what I'm about to tell you is an opportunity of a lifetime. It will help you. Who they talk so the thing never help them. Because all you need to do is a simple investment. You just bring 2 people. Then those 2 people will bring 2 people. Then the other 2 people will bring 2 people. My brother, when you register, you go no say 2 people, no de Lagos. You will look for 2 people. Even husband and wife, you no go see. 2 people will be scarce. One came to me one time. He said, what we're even giving you is product. We're not taking your money. If you register 17 downliner, you will come up the ladder. My brother, now let me begin register my junior brother, my cousin, because normally they'll tell you, say, if you feed one by yourself, you go hurry. I begin register 18.5 times 17. They call the pack the medicine, give me. Now medicine for headache. He say, if we can't see your money, at least you can sell it. My brother, if you enter my parlor that time, if you see capsule, anybody come visit me, instead of me to offer you wine, and me go to ask you go drink headache medicine. They say no. Once I no get headache, I say Nigeria go soon stress you, take a more. Because man, the wages are going in this country. That's why, as far as I'm concerned, I don't know. I think somebody need to explain to me, say that for government house, they know they sell Igbo. Because no, look, when you listen to some decisions that they take in the upper chamber, you want to think that some people are smoking something. Because, okay, listen to news. Here's the news. First of all, ASU extends strike to 8 months. You as a young Nigerian go say, why are they keeping the students for 8 months? You call here another news. Naira crashes to $7.35. That one another problem. You call here another news. 15 kidnapped on Abuja highway. You are complaining. What is wrong with insecurity? Then tomorrow morning you go come here breaking news for your mind. You think the government won't address this problem? Next way you go here, federal government bank pomo. Wetin concern pomo with the problem? So wetin I dey imagine? So they just dey house as all those senators just dey. They just say, Mr. Speaker, 15 have been kidnapped on the highway. ASU has extended strike. Naira is crashing. Then the other one go cause say those who support bank pomo say they cause say And these people print poster or campaign. You know, so when you look at some of this, you gotta look say, no. We can't continue like this. That's why I die here for this movement. We have to move from, like our principal always say, from consumption to production. But sometimes this is they need clearer, they good may get clearer picture. Because one guy did my I know go school. Every time they go say consumption to production, and the guy say, so if we produce, who go consumer? I say, man, now no cash. And you know, so if you look where, we know who will start next cash and carry. That business now feel the struggle because no cash to carry anything. You know? So they'll change the name now to like next POS and carry because there's no cash in the land. You understand me? You know, so Nigerians are struggling. People, and Nigerians can brag with suffer. There's no way somebody go to brag like say an achievement. Say, Baba, if you know when I wake up, 4 o'clock, now video number 2 for Q. Wait till you achieve now achievements. My brother immediately, I just tell him, my brother set alarm 3:45 before they open the filling station. Now we did there. Now that they die, so for your mind, it's a better thing. They achiever. You see Nigerian man, they suffer. Just explain your suffer to Nigerian man. He go want you say your suffer they learn. Tell us, so boy, no so as I do like this, I never chop for 3 days. Money no day. Say that one I suffer. We 14 days now. They everybody they all just go abroad. See Nigerians. Make code just catch you. Just say, boy, code. There you go. Yeah, this one I code. No. Now hitter, now they complain because everybody want to be like say, man, we too suffer for this country. And before you know, we don't adjust. Once they just bring one new policy, we don't adjust. So they don't even really take us here. As a matter of fact, finally, said before I go come out, one of the main reasons I think, one of the things that they should pursue, I saw recently where they caught some armed robbers. No jokes. You look at you, they went to rob, you know, so while they were interviewing them, they asked the other guy. So me, I was so curious. I asked one of the guys, why are they go rob poor people? These people who are they rob, they need money too. At least if you want rob, go to the headquarters where money. If not even also rock, go. So I called realize saying, well, no businessman will really like competition. You understand? Every businessman that avoid competition. Because if you look at where the reason why armed robbers cannot go to Aso Rock is because other robbers are there. Anyway, good night.
Are you obedient? Are you obedient?
Now my president you be me, I want better tomorrow. Me no want to load, no. Not the person where we need. If you want better tomorrow,
I don't know what I've been done. I don't know what I've been done.
American football is all I need.
American football is all I need. My mind on it. My mind on it.
Friday, what's going to happen is I'm going to make an announcement. 4 of you are going to the NFL Academy in London. 2 of you are going directly to the NFL.
Welcome back. You're 8 sacks on the season.
No matter what else we did, we finished this 1 year together the way we wanted to finish it, baby. We did it the way we wanted to do it. Action. And then Bradford dumps off to the pocket.
And 3 sacks. Screaming. You don't see? 6 sacks on the night for OC, the Giants, which is tying an NFL record and the all-time sack.
The list is on. Pollard gets sacked, fumbles the football. It's loose in midfield. Picked up by the Giants. OC Umenyiora down the left sideline.
A year ago, nobody would have ever imagined that this was possible. But we are right now. This is incredible. And we're here because of you.
Touchdown.
Hello everyone, my name is Randy Oluwanifishe Lawrence, and I'm very excited to be here today on behalf of the Big Ten and the Niger We Can organization. Today we have Nigerians from all over the world tuning in for the second telethon in support of Mr. Peter Obi and his running mate, Senator Datti Baba Ahmed, and a new Nigeria.
It's also Super Bowl Sunday. For Nigerians at home who may be unfamiliar, this is one of the largest national sporting events in America. And today we're going to have a conversation with 2-time Super Bowl champion, Osi Umenyiora. OC, thank you so much for joining us today. I wanted to kick things off by first asking, what was it like to win your first Super Bowl ring? Walk us through the feeling of what it's like to be a champion.
Okay, so winning the Super Bowl, especially the first one, the way that we did it was quite frankly one of the most incredible things that maybe the most incredible thing that I've experienced. We're playing against a team that hadn't lost a game the entire year. We were severe underdogs. Nobody gave us a chance to win, but we went out there and we dominated the game. We played very, very well, and we snatched victory in very dire circumstances. So winning that game there's really nothing that I can use to describe it because, doing something so unprecedented or doing something that nobody gives you an opportunity to do, and then you find a way to actually get it done, it makes the victory that much better than if you would have just won under ordinary circumstances. So it's an incredible thing, incredible accomplishment for me, myself, and my teammates. And, we will go down in history for doing that.
Okay, so you were drafted by the New York Giants in the second round of the 2003 NFL Draft. You went from an underdog to two-time Super Bowl champion. Walk us through your journey, going from the son of two Nigerian immigrants to one of the most celebrated sports figures in America. The work ethic, the faith in the process.
Well, to be honest, I was blessed to have the parents that I did. I think a lot of times when people think about the things that they do, they never really take into account their genetics. And genetically, my father, my mother, and my stepmother, including all of that, they put some things into me that, quite frankly, allowed me to succeed. I was born in England. I left England when I was 7 years old and I went to Nigeria. I was in Nigeria till I was 15. So I spent my formative teenage years in Nigeria, and then from there I went to the United States of America, where I saw them playing the game. Some friends encouraged me to play the game because of my athleticism, and I went out there and I became pretty successful at it. Playing sports, especially coming from a Nigerian background, that was the last thing that my parents were interested in, right? It was all education, go to school, read your book. Nobody cares about sports. They don't never see that as a way for you to actually make a living, because that's just not what we're accustomed to in Nigeria. And so thankfully, I was able to use that football or my athletic ability to get a scholarship and play football in America. And then from there, the next level up is to get drafted into the NFL, which I was fortunate enough for that to happen for me by the New York Giants. Now, I think in terms of the journey was it was strange. I don't really take a lot of credit with the amount of work that I put in, because I was going to do that regardless. But there were so many things that happened to me in terms of like luck and being at the right place at the right time that enabled me to have the career that I had, and so many people who helped me. So I'm really, really grateful for them. Grateful for my parents, grateful for the opportunities that I had, grateful to God for putting me in position to take advantage of all the things that I was blessed with. Made it to the NFL, started off on the bench, fought my way through, became a starter, became a Pro Bowl player, an All-Pro player, a Super Bowl champion, and ended up playing for 12 years in the NFL when the average career is 3. So there were so many different things that I was able to do. But I just put it down to grace, not necessarily anything that I did specifically.
What impact did your Nigerian roots and upbringing have on your journey to a successful NFL career?
That's, to be honest, the more research I do on that topic, the more I understand exactly why it is. I think what you have in America, although it does have a lot of problems, but what you have is opportunity, right? There are a lot of things there that people may or may not see, but the fact is it's there. If you want to succeed in America, you can succeed. And so now when you come from a Nigerian upbringing, a Nigerian background, you realize that the things that are very important to Nigerian parents, or our parents anyway, is all about family, staying together, and a very strong emphasis on education, right? So now if you bring that mentality, strong emphasis on education and, strong emphasis on family and the family unit, you bring that into the United States of America where there are opportunities, you're going to succeed. And that's really all it boils down to, is the fact that we come from a culture of education first and foremost, and, the family unit staying together. And you bring that into America, 90% of the time you're going to be successful. And so this is why you see the success of the Nigerian immigrants. It's all down to just focusing on those two things. And I think if everybody, whichever background you're at, if you focus on those two things in a country like America, you may not be as successful as everybody else, but you will attain a level of success without a shadow of a doubt.
One of Mr. Obi's 7 priorities is to enhance the human capital of young Nigerians for productivity of global competitiveness. Why is investment in Nigerian youth important to you, and why should it also be important to the country?
Yeah. Well, first of all, you have to think about how many Nigerian youth there are. You're talking about 60-70% of the country is under 35. Almost the whole country is a young population. So if you don't invest in that young population, what exactly is going to happen to them? They're going to live for the next 40, 50 years in the current situation that they're in. It doesn't make any sense. So you have to invest in the youth. Now, how do you do this? I think this is where the problems really start to become very, very evident, because you look, okay, which way are you going to invest in the youth? Is it going to be manufacturing? Is it going to be education? Is it going to be like, what are you going to do to catch up to the rest of the world? Now, the reason that I chose the profession that I'm doing in terms of giving to the youth in a sporting standpoint is that I understand that in terms of the entire world, Africa has the best athletes, right? And I was an athlete. So if I'm going to actually be able to help people, if I'm going to be able to lift people up, what I know best is athletics. And so I can address it that particular way. So I'm helping people out, giving them opportunities to come to the United States, come to the United Kingdom, continue to play football, get an education, go to the NFL. This is the way that I can help, because that was my particular profession. And I think everybody who's in America, all the Nigerians, there's millions of them in the UK, everywhere. If they would use that same approach, see, okay, I'm going to see if I can help people in my particular industry and invest and give back that way, I think that would lift a lot more people up out of the situation that they're in.
Another one of Mr. Obi's plans is to invest in sports, working with state governments to introduce state leagues in key sports such as football and basketball. Were you happy to see Mr. Obi's focus on sports?
I was extremely happy to see Peter Obi's focus on sport. If you look at what we're talking about here, we're in the NFL, we're talking about the Super Bowl. This is a multi-billion-dollar league. You talk about the NBA, many billions of dollars. So this type of thing can happen in Nigeria and Africa, because as we all know, Africa is the future. And I think all the investments that you're seeing now heading that way is a recognition of the fact that a lot of these things are going to be taking place in Africa. So why would you not invest in sports when you have that youth, you have that energy, you have these incredible athletes, and you can create a multi-billion-dollar business out of that athleticism? So why would you not invest in that? And so the fact that he has decided to do that is a very big thing for him. And if he is, in fact, to win, it's going to be big for the continent.
I want to go a little deeper and get your view of the importance of sports in terms of the opportunities it creates for young people.
It's very, very important. I think not only the opportunities that creates, but there are things that you learn when you're playing sport at a competitive level that teach you how to operate in life, right? There's going to be wins, there's going to be losses, there's going to be a lot of setbacks. How do you fight back from that? You're not going to win them all. How do you react to situations like that? So those things need to be instilled in the youth, because I've always said that sports are a microcosm of life. The same thing that happens in sport is what's going to happen to you in your regular every single day life, right? And so the way you learn and the way you adjust there playing the game is the way you're going to do that in life. So I think it's very, very important.
So as you know, Mr. Obi's proposed policy on sports also involves facilitating both public and private sector investments to ensure the Nigerian sports sector is globally competitive. As a sports icon who has been in the industry for years, what are some of the ways the government can attract foreign investment into this sector?
Very easy thing. I think first and foremost, every single company that I've ever talked to or ever been involved with wants to come into Nigeria. They see the population, they see everything that's going on there, the demographics, the natural resources. Everybody wants to be there. But how do you go about being there? You have to secure the country, which is the most important thing, first and foremost, to bring in any securities. That's the first thing that they say is security. And then on top of that, you have to create the infrastructure that allows them to come in. You have to have the facilities, the stadiums, the training facilities, all those things have to be in place. And once you have security and the facilities, I can guarantee you every single person from the outside will want to come to Nigeria because they already want to do that anyway.
Mr. Obi is hoping to form a government of national unity where all Nigerians see themselves as Nigerians first. Does that resonate with you? And why do you think it is important for Nigerians to see themselves as Nigerians first, putting tribe, region, or religion aside?
First of all, it 100% is extremely important. And on top of that, it does resonate with me tremendously. I think it's a very interesting thing when you're in Nigeria and you realize the divisions that are in there. It's not even, it's ingrained in us, right? You're Yoruba, you're Igbo, you're Hausa, you're Efik, you're Ijaw, you're Muslim, you're Christian, you're not a Nigerian. But then the minute you leave Nigeria and you come to America, or you come to the UK, or you travel outside of Nigeria, the minute you see a Nigerian person, that's your brother, that's your sister. You don't think about their religion, you don't think about anything, you feel an instant connection to them. And I find it interesting how that happens. Because I come out here and all I see is just my people. And then the minute I'm talking about the minute I land in Nigeria, it becomes I'm an Igbo man or I'm a Yoruba. And it's a terrible thing that our country is going through, because how do you expect yourselves to come together as a nation when you're divided so much in the nation? I believe that people inside should operate the way they operate, but with the mentality of the people who are outside, which is we are just all Nigerians. And for some odd reason, I don't feel that way when I'm in the country, even though I wish that that's exactly how we should be. So now when you realize that you have a candidate like Peter Obi, who quite frankly is his supporters are everybody. It's the strangest thing. It's something that I've never before seen in Nigerian politics, where you have a candidate who's supported by Hausa, Fulani, Ijaw, Efik, Christian, and then Yoruba, whatever it is you are. His entire support base is made up of a broad coalition of people. And I think for me, this was the most important thing in my support for him. It's not necessarily him as a candidate, but it's exactly what I saw from him. And that is his support base, which is a broad coalition of Nigerians. And I believe that Nigerians should think and operate that way. Is the main reason why I'm supporting him was that for sure.
Now, OC, you've broken a number of records during your NFL career. Is there a single moment or achievement that stands out above the rest? And what makes it so special?
Yeah, I think there are a couple of them. I think the first time we won the Super Bowl, that was that was a surreal moment. And I think, both times we won the Super Bowl, I think there was a time I broke the record for the amount of quarterback sacks for the New York Giants against Philadelphia. That was strong. But I think for me, the one that I would say stands out the most would be the very first time that I made it to the Pro Bowl, which is the All-Star team, the very first time I made it. And I think, coming from where I came from, starting to play the game, starting to enjoy the game, and then all of a sudden, when I thought to myself, now I'm amongst the very best players in this game. And then I told you the story how I started. And now I'm literally here and I'm as good as anybody in the NFL. It really didn't make too much sense to me because I couldn't still comprehend what was going on. But I think the first time that happened was when I would say I lost it, man. It was a really emotional time.
What is your message to the young Nigerian watching this interview today who says to himself or herself, I want to be just like OC one day?
It's very possible. I think the things that I was able to do from a professional footballing standpoint, that's one thing. But I think getting the education, becoming a family man, being really into Nigeria and all the things that are going on in Africa, I think that's anybody who comes into the United States of America or even the United Kingdom could accomplish those things. Everything is there for you. I'm not going to say you're going to be a Super Bowl champion and all of that good stuff. If you do, I'll be very, very happy for you, and I'll try to help facilitate that for you. But the other things surrounding that, getting my degree in business administration, just being a family man, all those good things, those are available to anybody who has the opportunity to come into this environment.
OC, as we conclude our interview today, why is it important for Nigerians to cast their vote on February 25th?
I think it's extremely important that Nigerians cast their vote. I think there's so much talk, right, about how you want something different and how you want change. But then when it comes to actually implementing an action plan, I think that's where things become quite hazy. I know they make it very difficult for you to vote in Nigeria. They make it difficult for you to vote anywhere. But at the end of the day, if you want a new Nigeria that everybody's clamoring for, then I think you're going to actually have to cast your vote. This is, as they say, one of the most delicate times in Nigerian history. There are a lot of things that could happen, a lot of things that could go wrong. And Nigeria is on the precipice. And so we need to actually do something right here to make a change in the direction of the country. So I think it's extremely important that people go out there and people vote, get their PVC cards, and do everything they can to make sure that, their voice is heard in this election.
Mr. O.C. Umenyiora, thank you so much for your time today. But since it's Super Bowl Sunday, who do you have winning the Super Bowl? The Kansas City Chiefs or the Philadelphia Eagles?
Unfortunately, I got the Philadelphia Eagles winning. I hate the Eagles too, but I think they're going to take it home.
Yes. I'm from East Coast,
right.
New York Giants fan, so they're the closest things. Eagles closest to New York, so that's who I'm voting for as well. So
no worries, man.
There we go. No worries.
Okay, everyone, this is O.C. Umenyiora, two-time Super Bowl champion with the New York Giants. I know exactly what it takes to be a champion, and right now is your opportunity to become a champion yourself. This is a very, very serious time for us. Nigeria is right here on the verge, and we are going to do something great, and you will be the champions of tomorrow. I encourage everybody to go out there right now, get your PVC, make sure you vote, and vote correctly. We all know what's at stake here. This is our time.
Record. Good evening, viewers around the world. My name is Ella Forte. I'm a spoken word artist and I am proudly obedient. There's so much that I would like to say, but I think I would let the spoken word do what it does best. Let me tell you what it means to be Nigerian. To be Nigerian is to be fish. Fish drowning in waters, ocean deep, struggling to breathe, even though we're equipped with gills and fins. See, we catch crews in a bid to ride the waves of depression. We crack jokes to break the ribs off the pressure, but this pressure is getting worse and worse, almost as fast as the naira is getting lesser and lesser. To be Nigerian is to constantly be devalued. Judged not by your name, talent, or personality, but your nationality. Patriotic green and white stained with red negativity. It is to hope against hope while hoping for more hope, just to cope. To stand tall even though fear stands up on our shoulders like a cape. Not one of Superman's flight, but one made of kryptonite. Keeping us grounded in a land that is our own but does not feel like it belongs to us, Nigeria. A land flowing with milk and honey, just not jobs or money. Not good roads, proper education or sanity, but with grandpas running this land into the ground like there is a secret meeting 6 feet under, and sometimes I wonder, how did we get here? Where bullets find final rest in the bodies of citizens now screaming in forever silence while our leaders pretend not to hear them, no actually send. So they do what they will while we do what we must. You see, in this nation, what doesn't kill you now hibernates for 4 years, mutates and tries again. So this is not the time to sell another 4 for agbado, beans and dodo. It's not the time to sit chilled, sipping shakily on geriatric zobo. This instead is the time to do the right thing. Come February 25th, vote in hopes of maybe a saner tomorrow, not a presidential fling. So we lift elegant middle fingers to posterity, to their false promises of protection for our lives, our property. Now we are being obedient to the laws of the land, hopeful our lost dignity would be found, building in collaboration from scratch, a nation, one that we can truly be proud of. with biblical Peter at the helm, chopping off ears in protection, cause them know they hear word. And since national cake no reach our hand, together in unity, my people, let us bake a national pie. And truth is, if this truth shall kill them, I guess then it's time to let them die. Thank you.
Record. Are you obedient? I am obedient. Are you obedient? We are obedient. Now my president you be. Me I want better tomorrow. Me no want to load. No. Now the person will be me. If you want better tomorrow.
Welcome back. This is still Obi-Datti Global Fundraising Telethon. It's been such a long day, talking from health to economy to power to entertainment, and now it is time for education. It's time to get educated, actually. Okay, so before we take all of that, we'd like to inform you that our lines are still open. You can call in. We'd like to take your comments. We'd like to take your questions, because we have readily available answers for you. And again, we'd like to say a very big thank you to our diaspora partners, Niger We Can. Thank you for all of your support, and to every individual who has contributed one way or the other, customizing your contributions, and of course, sending in your donations, telling somebody to tell another person. We say thank you so very much. This is all appreciated. So right about now, we will just go straight to education, because the time is short. We have Prof here. He is back, and he has seasoned professionals who have special knowledge in methodologies and principles on how to tackle education and the way forward for the Obi-Datti movement.
All right, great to be back here. Now, education. I mean, as Mr. Peter Obi says all the time, if we're going to make progress, two fields cannot be overlooked: education, healthcare. Now, we've spoken to the challenge of education on several occasions. What we know for a fact is that what you get out is what you put into it. I want to talk through issues in education, layers of them, but we don't have the time. I'd just like to come in with Dr. Obi-Datti Ezekwesili, and to ask my dear sister Obi to lay out for us what the big problems are in education in Nigeria. She's had a role as Minister of Education, and we've spoken to this subject several times in our conversations. So in a quick couple of minutes, if Obi sets us going off, then my colleagues here in the studio will chip in for us to make sense of where policy is and where we must be going if we are to reap a demographic dividend in this country. Obi.
I had to tear myself out of the meeting on the funeral activities for Chief Mbazulika Mechi, the legendary one who was one of our front row nationalists, First Minister of Aviation in the First Republic. And I just wanted to respond quickly to this and get back to the session with them. On education, I think the very strong, I'm unable to use my video, unfortunately, so please bear with me. You would have to make do with my audio. Is that okay, Pat?
Okay, yeah,
As
sure,
I
sure.
see someone, yes, okay. On education, I think that we have enough analytical evidence of how important it is for economic development. The case is made that education has gone beyond being a social good to being not just a social good, but also an economic imperative for the growth of any society. As a matter of fact, as more research advanced, we came to the conclusion that the real reason that human capital is important is because as we advance in knowledge through technology, the contribution of education to growth just continues to be more accentuated. To that extent, therefore, for a continent that we see a reversal of its economic performance to its growth, to its natural endowment, we can clearly come to the conclusion that the lack of emphasis on economic, or the lack of emphasis on the power of economic growth by human capital explains our story. The more natural resources we have found on our continent, the less the economic performance of our continent. And so anyone who thinks that an additional discovery of one commodity or the other would be the basis of our economic growth has not been paying attention to the analysis that show clearly that we are stuck in the low equilibrium growth that comes from very perverse behavior of the politics of the continent because of the contestation for minerals and the resources that come, the process of those resources. To that extent, therefore, we can conclude that those who want to continue the old paradigm of emphasis on natural resources don't have a new set of ideas with which to work. I believe very much in the power of education, and I've seen the contribution that education has made.
Sorry, Obi, let me interfere, here and staying in line with what you're saying. One university in California, Stanford, is probably responsible for more capital than the capital available in the entire continent of Africa. Mm-hmm. And all they have done is create some human capital, some of who just went across the road literally into Silicon Valley and created companies which in a very short period of time, while they were still in their 20s, made them holders of billions and billions and billions of dollars in capital. Yet, if you look at education budgets in Nigeria, it is almost ridiculous that we don't seem to understand the game the world is playing in terms of our investment in education. And even that education which we are giving, and I go back to Paulo Freire and the pedagogy of the oppressed, the nature of the piggy bank mindset in which we are still using colonial type, understanding of education. What must we do in terms of budgeting or freedom of the system? And I say this particularly because sitting here with me is Emmanuel Orji, who leads a group called AFED, Association for Formidable Education Development in Nigeria. AFED is low-cost school, owners of low-cost schools in blighted neighborhoods and all of that, who educate more of our children than government schools. So some thinking about private investment in education is critical. So in terms of general strategy and budget, how should we be approaching education?
So the first thing you must not do is to assume that the most critical problem to solve in education is to give it more money. I know for a fact that the more money that, however incremental it was over the decades that we gave to education, the less the learning outcomes in education. And every education system has to be about the learning outcomes. If you have all the children in school, but they really are not learning, we have wasted investment in education, and we have actually blighted the future of our children even more. So what must we do? We must look at the issue of funding education from the perspective of how it correlates to performance in education. And you use the word rightly, investment, which is entirely different from budget. Investment in education means that you must be evidence-based in investing in the things that have a higher probability of influencing learning outcomes. And it therefore means that you need a lot of research and a lot of data around what works, what interventions improve learning outcomes, and where in the chain of what we call education as a system and education as a sector, education as a process. All of these are very different things. So education as a system, what we have found through research is that the foundational literacy and numeracy skills, which really start off children very well in life, just the basic foundational skills, the skills of literacy and numeracy, they at the age of 10, you would be shocked that 9 out of every 10 African children are not acquiring minimum proficiency in literacy and numeracy in our continent. The rest of the world, the number is something of 7 out of 10. In the middle-income countries, it's an average of 5 to 6 out of 10. In high-income countries, it's 1 out of 10 not achieving. So you can see that we are stuck in a very bad situation. We must first, therefore, correct everything that would support a solid foundation for the children, because it's a predictor of lifelong capacity to learn and therefore capacity to earn. So what must we do there? We must invest in the things that research has shown to influence learning outcomes for children. So structured pedagogy is an important aspect of it. What does this mean? Some basic things of making sure that the curriculum, as well as learning plans, as well as the coaching, the training and the coaching of the teachers, as well as textbooks that children use at that foundational level, enable them to grasp the science of learning. And so just correcting the foundation can lay a stage for what would happen with secondary education and for what would happen with tertiary education and other forms of informal adult education. And then we can see clearly that the further investment in education has to go from the perspective of identifying who best can pay for education. At the foundational literacy level, there is absolutely no reason why we should, as a state, leave that to the vagaries of the market. What we should really do is that those who have the capacity to pay and would love to give their children the kind of education that is pricey, let them go ahead and do so. But we must not leave the poor with failing public institutions. Today, what we also know about research in childhood, in foundational literacy and numeracy, is that what we call nursery schools, which has been the preserve of the middle class of Africa to the utter neglect of the children of the poor, is so important, because at the year of 3, between 2 and 3, that's when the learning capacity is unlocked for a child. In the case of the poor, which constitutes more than 65% of the children that we have in public schools, that we have in the country, stuck in public schools, these children at that age are in markets or on the roadsides with their parents or at home, drinking ogi, drinking akamu. And that even worsens their fate in life because it stultifies their capacity to learn. So it means that early child care education has to be very high on the agenda of any serious government that wants to tackle the issues of inequalities that immediately start in the lives of people through lack of access to quality education.
You bring up something so very important there, and I think it's important we engage it. Just to make a point, many years ago, back in the Babangida days, a friend of mine, the late Abubakar Hashim, was PAMSEC in education. And I stopped by to see him one evening, and I was complaining bitterly about allocation to education. And he said to me, Look, the one that is allocated, his staff just use it to organize conferences and print bags and make.
There you go.
And I said to him, yes, but you are a leader. That is your business to check. Because, and I brought this point of early childhood education. We need to massively invest in retraining teachers of entry-level kids, those 2-3-year-olds, where the foundation is laid. But the politics of Nigeria make us focus so much on ASU and university education, and we miss the foundational level, which is where it matters the most. What can we do?
But you know, Pat,
Yes.
you know, Pat, that when you look at the dynamics of power, it goes in the direction of the middle income class on our continent. And we have an utterly selfish middle class. The middle class is the educated class, so they have voice. And because they have voice, they have much more political power.
Right.
And therefore, they can determine what is the agenda setting of government in many ways. So you see the middle class of Africa, they would pay the best kind of money to give their children this, nursery education, that is early childcare education, give them foundational education in a junior secondary and secondary. But as soon as it gets to university education, they want the government to pick up the cost of that education. And so in that way, what they then do is that they hold the government hostage to whatever it is that they want. And so the priority for them is tertiary education. Therefore, the priority of government becomes tertiary education because it's a mutually, what do you call it? What's the word that we use for it? It's a mutually engaging or self-serving kind of conversation between the government and the middle class. Now, this is unfair because it means that we don't have constituency for basic education, the foundational education. And so we must break that. The government must be the people that have the care for the majority of the people in the land who are in poverty. And they must concentrate very much in saying how we can fix foundational literacy. We need to get early childcare education, junior secondary education, senior secondary education as much as possible working. And then we can have this discussion around the tertiary education from the perspective of what we know, that when people get tertiary education, the economic benefit of tertiary education, a lot of it packs into the pocket of the beneficiary of tertiary education. And that to that extent, therefore, we must allocate the kind of cost for funding that kind of education in a way that ensures that the benefits are understood and that the financing, it ties into how the cost allocation goes. Let me end on this note, Pat. You see, if we want education to unlock our economic growth, we do need to be much more data-driven. We do need to understand what the barriers to our economic growth in different sectors of the economy are. And we do need to design our relevance and quality of curriculum, especially at the level of the skills development from that orientation. We, when I've seen what you said about your permanent secretary friend lay out, I've often said to them that as Minister of Education, I had to use an analytical process to understand what had happened to budgets of Ministry of Education in the past. And, I said to my colleagues in the Ministry of Education at that time, in the wider sector of education, as we looked at the inverse relationship between budget and performance, I said to them, is this the Ministry of Education or the Ministry of Works? Because there was much more interest in transaction-related activities in education than there was any interest in the policy dimensions of education,
yes.
on the regulatory issues, quality assurance issues, in the investment in professional teachers' development, and the coaching that is absolutely necessary, on the investment in technology that was necessary because as the world began to progress, it was important that instructional materials would reflect that level of awareness and knowledge of the world. Now, what I said to them then, which holds strong today, is that if you fund a dysfunction well, okay, what you would have is a well-funded dysfunctionality. You don't simply say to yourself, education needs money. Let's give it more budget. You give it 22% budget in order that 22% budget will fund your dysfunction. Well, it's a well-funded dysfunction. What you need is an education system that works. It therefore requires that you should do what we call prior actions. Your prior actions are bold and courageous reforms in the governance of education, in the issue of teachers, in the issue of your curriculum, on the issue of your of instructional methods and all that is associated with it, on issues of equity in education, on issues of the role of technology in education, on the issues of the reform of the policy environment for education. So there are just some, and then of course there is a salient issue on the matter of finance in education. And this is a conversation that we've been running from. We have to have the conversation on how we finance education. Countries of more advanced economies are even forced to have that conversation.
Yes,
they
absolutely.
keep going back to the table to look at it all over again and to figure out how to ensure that everyone who must get educated at the foundational level has quality education at that level, regardless of what their station in life might be. And then when it comes to tertiary education, there has to be a conversation on how to allocate risk and benefits, right? Cost, benefits, and all of that.
I mean, so much.
I
much
really
that we can
want to
learn.
thank you
Yeah,
for the
so much we can
opportunity of
learn.
giving my few thoughts to this. Thank you, Pat.
Thank
I
you
can
so
run
much,
now,
Obi.
right?
Yes, thank you. We'll let you get back to that meeting, but the issues that you have laid down, we will crack up in the next 10 minutes before we go to the next segment, as our time is almost running out. But I'd like for us to pick up on the business of funding education. Who should be funding education? What? I mean, very important is the point made about tertiary education. I've tried to do that. Sometimes you are misunderstood. There's so much obsession with tertiary education. University education, is it being funded well? Not, but government must fund it. Some people argue, no. But it is this elite conspiracy that leads us there. We miss the most important stage in education, which is that early childhood education. Who should be funding education? How should we spread the cost? I mean, the average, one clear example, Professor Nzegu, you here have been a professor in the United States for such a long time, and you can relate to this. I tell my friends who are practicing in the United States, doctors, many of them were educated in Nigerian universities. Their colleagues who they are working with in the US basically are paying for getting that medical education many, many years after they leave medical school. These Nigerian colleagues basically got free education in Nigeria and moved to the United States with that education and all of that, which shows elite conspiracy around tertiary education. It's not a conversation as who likes, but tertiary education, people should pay more for it because they use it more for themselves than for society. Where it is more important, that base level, where that education for everybody builds up society, they don't ask for its funding. And so you get this ridiculous thing where a person pays 2-3 million naira a term for the child to go to private school, primary level, and wants university education to be free. How did we get to this absurdity? And how can we begin to restructure education funding in Nigeria?
Prof, I think, first of all, Obi said it all in terms of the foundation, laying the foundation for education. I think coming directly to your question, yes, in the United States, remember again that education, is one of the drive engines that grows every economy. There's no doubt about it. So, for example, when you talk about this funding, I think what we have right now in the Obi-Datti about how do we going to be able to fund that particular area is the issue and the fundamentals that we will no longer, for example, make the government pay everything, that we're going to come out with a loan package, whereby, for example, between 10 and 20 years, people can be able to pay back this money. Because if they give it free, people take it away free, and they don't have anything to do with it. So the best thing right now is to make sure after that, remember again that we're talking about free education for primary and secondary. And then they go in back, for example, the tertiary one. So the tertiary one, for example, should be a package whereby, for example, people don't have that particular resources, can be able to have a bank. Government that is planning to come out with a banking system whereby people can be able to have, opportunity to have loan, whereby they can be able to pay over about 20-year period. So that gives the people opportunity to be able to enhance that particular education policy they have. I think that's one of the key issues here.
And then one of the issues in funding education is that there's this make-believe that most of the children of the poor go to poorly managed government schools, which is a big lie.
Yes.
Because most of the children of the very poor, actually, the poor spend more on education of their children than the rich do.
Correct.
As a percentage of their income.
Yes.
It's not coming free from any government schools.
Yes.
The statistics on how many children in Lagos of the very poor go to private schools can be given to us by Emmanuel Orji, who is president of AFED, or chair, right? Yes. Of AFED. And AFED is low-cost primary schools, private enterprise, in poorer neighborhoods, if you will, around which a lot of work has been done. I have been associated with this process. I'm actually patron of AFED, national patron. And I was interestingly brought into this process by an Englishman, James Tully, Professor Tully, who is Vice Chancellor of Buckingham University, used to be at University of Newcastle, and has done a lot of work on these schools in several countries around the world, low-cost private schools. So, Emmanuel, what is the kind of percentage of people who go to school in Lagos go to AFED-type schools?
Yes, good evening, Nigeria, and those viewing us from the diaspora. Prof, thank you for this opportunity. Let me say clearly, we've been on this debate for a long period. Like I was discussing with Prof earlier, I said we are on the group that disagree with the figure of 20 million out of school children. Because a majority of our kind of school are not in the government radar.
Yes.
And on that note, the number of children who attend this kind of school are not accounted for. So they are considered as out of school children. So if you come to Lagos, for instance, I think the statistics around 2007 conducted by Professor James Tully himself revealed at that time when they were saying that about 45% of the children that are out of school in Lagos. After that research work, it shows that they were just about 4%. And not as if that 4% were real, but it's just that in order to give it not to leave anything to chance. Because when he went into these schools, local schools, he found these children learning. And of course, further to that, they conducted a test that showed that the children in this low-cost private school were learning better than their counterpart in the public school. So averagely, as at the last time, we are talking about close to 1 million children in Lagos alone. I'm not talking about across the nation.
Attending those AFED schools?
Yeah, attending AFED schools.
I can tell you, I had the privilege of visiting many of these schools, including those on canoes in Makoko and all of that. I think Emmanuel was in some of the entourage of my visits to this place. And I felt thoroughly ashamed of myself. That as much as I thought I was a great policy activist and everything, it took somebody coming from England to come and expose me to what was going on in my backyard. You know, but you know what government agencies spend most of their time doing? Trying to shut them down, finding all kinds of, whereas they are the major providers of education to the children of the poor. And that your driver pays 5,000 naira a month from the 30,000 naira that you pay him for that child to go to one of those schools. So policy needs to address this. How do we, and this is the most important stage of education.
Yes.
How do we provide supplement, if you want to call it that, to strengthen the schools, ensure that that driver can send their child to this school in a better shape so that that early stage is taken care of, rather than fighting over how many billions more should we give to the university system. And I think this is a major debate that we should face in this country.
I think that basically what Obi just mentioned now, that we need to sit down and then use data.
Because we have a very selfish middle class.
Yes, middle class.
Very, very selfish.
Very middle class. Do data, and then come to the table, whereby, for example, we should be able to find out how do we fund it. That funding in education is very, very important. I was just looking at educational growth in Nigeria last first quarter. Education was on the top, on the bottom of the list, 1.4%, which means underfunded.
Sure.
Totally underfunded. But if you look at the inflation rate of education, 15%, which means that there's a big gap between the funding. So this is the reason why the Obi-Datti says we need to come to the table and then bring in people that actually knows what happens in the field and be able to discuss how can we be able to fund education. It's not talking about doing this in the first 200 days. It's talking about doing this in the first 100 days so that we can come to the table and be able to solve this problem.
So it's such fundamental value where education is. Unfortunately, time is out and we have to move on to several other segments waiting for us. We're going to talk about uniting Nigeria and how this takes us forward. So let's take a break, go back to the amazing, very, very amazing Adeboye, and then we'll come right back and say go on. Thank you.
Thank you so very much.
Record. Are you obedient? I am obedient. Are you obedient? We are obedient. Now my president you be. Me I want better tomorrow. Me no want to load. No. Now the person where we need. If you want better tomorrow. I'm obedient. I'm obedient.
Good day, everyone. My name is Ayomide Fashedu, and I will be doing this poem. There are 4 categories of Nigerians during the elections. The first category are those who were like gold chain slaves to their own indifference. No be election, na selection. They don't decide winner. It not depend on us, they say. They forget that not choosing is a choice. All they do is rant about the dilapidated economy, mass poverty, nepotism, but they still do not have a PVC, don't you know? Don't you know that you cannot sit on the fence and stand tall at the same time? Have you forgotten that we are the masters of our own fate, that the power to fix Nigeria is in your hands? Remember that our liberation is in the revelation that this is home and we must fight for her. The second category of Nigerians are the ones who sell their votes. The ones who forget that when you sell your soul, when you scratch backs that should be stabbed, you're saying, do whatever you want with me, even though I do not agree. Why do you forget that if your votes didn't count, they wouldn't be trying to buy it. They wouldn't be trying to own your PVC, precious voters. See, can't you see that your future is in your thumb? Please be sure to use it wisely so we can stop running after vehicles, after visas, after and for our own lives. The third category of Nigerians during the elections are tribalists. The ones who would rather let men with shaky legs that use football age run the country than vote a competent candidate that is not of their own ethnicity. Let me ask you this. When a man is killed in the chaos around him, what language does he die in? How can you forget that when we have burned all the bridges, there is no way to trudge through the fire? How can you forget that the number of languages we speak doesn't mean our lives will count when we get caught in this crossfire? How can you forget that before anything else, we all are Nigerians?
Yeah, good evening, Nigerians. It's been a very, very, very cold day here in the studio. In case you're for the very first time, my name is Feels good to be here. It's a pleasure to be here. Yeah, that was a very wonderful stuff on the educational segment. That was very, 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 very wonderful. I mean, education. I have my last born at home right now that corrects me when I say, get me a cup of water. I say, uncle, it is not water, it is water. I'll be like, you know the way they pay your school fees, Abby. The issue about education is not even the problem again. Ladies and gentlemen, when I was in secondary school, they tell me, what I'm about to teach you now, you don't need it in your secondary school. When you get to your tertiary institution, they will teach you. Ladies and gentlemen, we get to tertiary institution, lecturers will tell you you're supposed to know this thing in your secondary school. By now, I don't know who is confused among everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, 200 million plus people in this country. One person now be president. I be like, this Nigeria, we don't need one president. We need like 5 people to be presidents. I swear, this country is the only country where our president has spent more time outside the country than in his country. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the only country where they say they should follow your dreams, but there's no fuel to even pursue your dreams. Even your dreams is even tired of running. You buy fuel only to use that fuel to queue to buy that fuel again. Very, very, very wonderful people. Ladies and gentlemen, mosquitoes in Nigeria no longer die again. Yeah, mosquitoes in Nigeria, they no longer die. You be spraying pesticide in Nigeria. Yeah, mosquitoes will cover their nose. Ladies and gentlemen, you will see them again. They will come back again. In Nigeria, it's so even worse. It's worse right now that rats don't enter people's house. Where you see food. If you watch Nigerian movies, you will know that truly this thing, they hate everybody. They no longer use food as poison. They no longer use food as poison. It don't tire me. Where I take no say this country, where will they go? We don't even know at all. We don't know where will they go. Now when we go buy coffin for someone that died, this person began to share cards. Say, don't worry, you will come back later. I say, Azar. Where I take no say this thing for worse. Now when we enter market, we no buy wheelchair. I beg you for any reason, please watch the market you go. We went to one market like this. We were looking for something else. Now so these guys. Those guys in Aba, very wonderful people. This guy just bought a wheelchair to me. He said, my brother, this wheelchair will fit you. I said, I am not crippled now. He said, no worry, once you start like this. Another issue we have in this country are housing agents. Housing agents, they can just go and look for one cubicle somewhere and say, don't worry, once you put your chair here, you're already balanced. They tell you, even your children can even put bed here. Ladies and gentlemen, we rented one apartment in Ikorodu. Ikorodu is not far. Ikorodu is far from home. I am from Ikorodu, for goodness sake. Those people are going through a lot. There's one thing about Ikorodu people, they don't sleep the day that they wake up. They sleep the next day. They go to the island and come back around after 12 to 1. Very, very wonderful set of people. Polish is now 100 naira. To polish your shoe in this country is 100 naira. Please do not step on anybody. You might regret it. Agbe Odoranga shouts. Yeah, before I go, Agbe Odoranga, they don't even shout their bus stop. You have to like, show. You be like, you will want to now ask, which bus stop you they call? Finally, before I go, please, I beg you, vote. Therapy session is 250K here in Nigeria. I confess my story to my therapist. My therapist begin to cry. Now, night to down there, I beg, good night, Nigerians. Thank you so much.
Now, as we say on Potatoes Gang, we are back. And we're in the final stretch. We want to talk about one or two things. And if it is also possible, I'd like for us to find 5 minutes to get the health team to give us a final submission, just 5 quick minutes. However, I want to talk national unity, uniting Nigeria. One of the lead-offs in the Obi-Datti promise to Nigeria is that we will secure and unite Nigeria. What are the impediments to national unity? I have from Kano, Nasser Sidi Ali. Nasser, are you there? We have the DG of the Big Tent Independent Campaign Council, Abdul Karim, and we've got the DG of the Presidential Campaign Council, Balogun. Are you there? Somebody let me know who of you is hiding behind the cameras and who of you are actually up there.
I'm here.
Oh, yeah, there. Okay, Mr. DG. The big question of how we offer this promise of uniting Nigeria. What are the things, in this campaign, I find that, some people who should be statesmen who are running, I expect that the first thing that should strike them is how we bring people together, we create a bond. Uniting Nigeria is a very critical thing for us to be able to make progress. But in many ways, what I hear is actually things that divide us. What should we be doing to unite Nigeria?
Well, thank you for having me. I think the first thing maybe we can start with is you think of how some of them become our presidential candidates in so-called other parties. For example, you can look at the tickets. Some of the tickets are not even giving you that confidence for uniting Nigeria. If you put up your ticket, a ticket after a northerner, a Muslim, now you pick up a ticket and say you're going to the south. You bring another Muslim and then use another Muslim to make a Muslim ticket. That alone, you understand, is not thinking towards uniting Nigeria. And when you ask people around that same party, what do you hear from them? They say a strategy to win. You can't win and rule over a divided nation. The first thing is that you're supposed to think as a party, coming out of what we are already receiving from this APC government, the first thinking major parties and any other parties are supposed to be doing is that thinking of how do we bring a system that will trace from the party primaries that we're going to have within ourselves to start uniting people from our party and then take this unity to Nigerians. But all of them, they ignore that. For example, APC ignore that, do their Muslim ticket. And also PDP on their own side too, ignore that and say, okay, no problem. We are going to put a planning person, so you're going to be planning. Come on, the worst part of his side is that because if to say maybe it's a free and fair election that they have done within their system and they created what they created for themselves. But this one is glaring at the eve of the election, dollars flying. Everybody just use money just to buy. So that's mean it's something that they can do to help the country. If they can use money within their own system to create who become the next president, then that means they can use the same money, you understand, or the same sense that they have to see what is going to start uniting this country. But I think all of them ignore that and just live to this system that let them just move. But you look at our own ticket, the ticket of hello?
When they are sharing money, they usually don't remember that you are Yoruba, you are Hausa, you are Kanuri, you are Igbo. They share the money amongst themselves properly.
Yes, sir.
But when it comes to governing, they remember seeking power. Yeah, you are this place, you are that place.
Yes. So, but if you look at our own ticket now, for example, sir, you see our ticket, well balanced. Somebody from the south, a Christian, somebody from the north, a Muslim, coming together to tell Nigeria something. And thank God for the ticket. Thank God for our candidate. So it makes it very easy for people like us when we go out in the north to advocate for this ticket or to call people to join us in this movement. We tell them the truth. We tell them that there is nothing you can do. You can't, there is no country that can move forward unless you unite the country. And I give them a small example. I said, God has given us everything we want as a country. Everything. From the fertile land to mineral resources to very beautiful, intelligent people. Anywhere, any day, you can be proud of Nigeria to excel in what they are doing. But what we like is that God just asks us, because in Islam, for example, it's a verse of the Quran that said that I have created you a male and female into tribe and nation. To arifu, that's to the reason God said in the Quran is that for you to know each other. Every imam in the north, every malam that you know knows about this. This is one of the most beautiful ayat in the Quran. The reason why God created us into different nations is for us to know each other. So if some people, because they want to join a system, or they want to rule, or they want to govern, or they want to take over, they just divide and rule. So that's what they are calling for me, year in, year out, every 4 years. So thank God, from Friday today, we have a series of TV programs, 2 hours with call in. We did radio programs, 4 radio programs. Freedom Radio, we have an audience of almost getting to 9 million people. So if you take, we are going to do Nagarta tomorrow in the morning. So what we are just doing, all the programs we have on radio and TV up here in the north, is just to tell them that this is what this ticket is bringing to us. This is what Mr. Peter Obi is promising us. And the main beneficiary of his government will be the north. Because he said the most important physical asset in this country is the vast land in the north. So if you are talking about consumption to production, definitely North is going to play the vital role in trying to get that transition. So what we need to do is that, sir?
I was going to say, and this is not just in agriculture. In terms of the power that we're talking about, the North is where a good part of solar power can be generated for our country.
Yeah.
There's also a lot of hydropower possibilities in the North. So as we organize ourselves properly, the benefits will be spread across our country.
Of course. We have what is called dead dams. Dams that are not even adding any value to anybody. In the north, we have almost getting to 200 dams in the north. Some of them we call them dead dams because there is not even irrigation by the dams. Talk less of putting them to the use. So I see opportunity. I see a new Nigeria. I see a new thinking. This is what we are selling to the northerners. And I always tell people, we'll be very, very surprised to see the amount of vote that are going to come from the north. Because it's very easy to sell this idea. Because you are selling unity. You are selling something that at least can push us, all of us together to create the new Nigeria of our dream. But because if we keep on going to the side, talking to people based on division, for example, the way we see other people going to other places and telling them, Naka si Naka, in Hausa, that means that you get somebody from your own part of the country to vote for him. Even that person is just going to be one of the worst people that can govern. You understand? But we have to explain to our people that this unity is very, very important because up in the north, we have more of the tribes in the north than in the southern part of the country. If we have 2/3 of the tribes that we have in the, they belongs to the north. And also, if you see the mixing of the Christian and Muslim, they're up here in the north. So it's the north that have almost all the crises, tribal classes, crisis, and also
let's take Akin Oshuntoku, his perspective on how we can unite Nigeria and be able to really truly make progress from this unity. Akin?
It all comes back to science. You know, science proceeds from the premise of a worst case scenario, not the best case. Now, if you want to apply that philosophy to, I mean, that premise to Nigeria, it was not on that basis that we had the constitution we had at independence. In other words, you look at all what can go wrong in Nigeria politically, no ramifications, and then engineer an entity or create an entity that will be as much as possible, foolproof, that will be risk-proof to those kind of environments. Now look, there must be a presumption of mindlessness for us to believe that those who framed the independence constitution, that we can throw it away and not have the kind of consequences we are in today. Now, you see, Nigeria is a systemic crisis. Ironically, Nigerians were more united in the First Republic than at any other phase in this country, regardless of whether the North was the stronghold of Ahmadu Bello or whatever. When I was growing up, we had one of the long holidays that we had. We went to Bagauda Lake Hotel from Ibadan, right? Nobody knew, you see. So the thing is this, you can't force a cohabitation, and you can't presume, as I said, you cannot presume, you go from the premise that all that can go wrong. Right now, the opposite is the case. When you have an all-powerful president with the power to discriminatory apply patronage, cause divide and rule, right? This is what we have got. This emphasis of over-centralization of power. Well, people have said it, have not confirmed it yet. Nigeria's president is the most powerful president in the world. That should not happen in any society. It is antithetical to what Nigerians ought to be, because unless you have an angel, or for instance, you can get somebody like Obasanjo continuously as the president of Nigeria. That is the only way you can hope that Nigeria can unite under this present constitutional order, right? So long as you don't, all the things that, go into making Obasanjo what he is. So it's very difficult to replicate. We have been living with the consequences of, and as a matter of fact, the 8 years that he was president, you could see that there was a recession of disunity, right? Signaling a lot, just mere signaling can go a long way. You see the front of the newspapers when he was president. He was being accompanied to the airport by Aliko Dangote, by Donald Duke, by all sorts of people around. So it makes people feel a sense of belonging. That way, it's like a big family. You go to the villa when he was president. You develop friendship with some people who are not from your side of the country, like a brother. Some people become practically like, so, but you cannot get Obasanjo again. You cannot replicate it, right? What you have had is what is possible, and to show us the dysfunctional nature of what we have with regards to national unity is the president we have today, who has the power and he has applied it in a way that disunites the country, that is divisive, right? So,
out of time, so we have to round up. I wanted us to take a conclusion, a 3-5 minute conclusion from the health team, who I think didn't present the conclusion, but I don't know if the juggling acts can work well together. The key is that, since noon, we have been working at articulating why Obi-Datti is Tina. Using, of course, Tina is there is no alternative. Using facts in the manifesto of the Labour Party to engage. We've had a remarkable run of conversations here. What is important It's not only that you support this process through what's been coming up on your screen, but that everyone who really believes that a new Nigeria is desirable and is possible should make the effort to knock on their neighbor's door to say, are you voting right? Do you have your PVC? If you have your PVC and this is the way to go, LP and that index finger, and a new Nigeria becomes possible. Canvass, bring out your neighbor, get them to vote, and police the vote. There's so much that's already coming out showing the wrong things. People are complaining all over the place that they're getting new assignments away from where their polling booths are, and they think that is a deliberate ploy. We're going to explore all of that and find out whether that is true. People are still, not able to collect their voters, their PVCs. These are all issues that go to disenfranchising the Nigerian people. We must make sure this is a real democracy, that people are not disenfranchised, and that people vote their conscience, and that violence not be used for voter suppression, and that all kinds of terrible machinations to finagle the system stop. Let the will of the people happen, and you will get progress. If not, we're stuck in this vicious cycle, and Nigeria will remain the poverty capital of the world and the butt of jokes around the world. Let's make democracy work for Nigeria. Nigeria can and will rise up again.
And yes, just like Prof said, Nigeria can and will rise again. And this is where we draw the curtain of the Obi-Datti Global Fundraising Telethon. It's been such an amazing time having you on board from PM to PM. Okay, so right about now, we'll just take everything, we'll take it down, we'll water it down. But one thing you need to know is, in 12 days' time, just go out there en masse, vote for your choice candidates. Do not wear any branded t-shirts so you don't cause commotion out there. Go with your water bottle. Ensure you're re-energized and rejuvenated for the next phase of the new Nigeria. So we'd like to say a very big thank you for all of your donations and contributions into the Big Tent account. A special thank you to our diaspora partner, Nigeria We Can. Thank you for your support constantly. And again, we also like to say thank you to the production crew of Plus TV Africa. Thank you for making this worthwhile. You can follow Plus TV across our social media platforms, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and also drop comments, and you can also like us. I remain your host, Amazing Adeboye. I'll see you at the presidential polls come February 25th. Have a good evening.
I believe in a new Nigeria, and I'm sure you do too.
The land is still green, our flame revived, hope unending. We believe we'll still see a giant, and it is rising, rising again by the hand of God. We are Nigeria,
Are you obedient? Are you obedient? Now my president you be. Me I want better tomorrow. Me no want to load. No, no. Now the person wey we need. If you want better tomorrow.
My fellow Nigerians.
On Plus TV News now. Nigeria Governors Forum warns that Nigeria risks CBN-induced recession. Somaliland ceasefire holds after fighting leaves dozens dead. Turkey's quake toll nears 30,000 as relatives await news of loved ones buried under rubble. Good evening. Good evening. I am Maureen Menongwezigu, and this is News Now. The Nigeria Governors Forum, the NGF, has warned that the continuous scarcity of the 200, 500, and 1,000 naira new notes may lead to economic recession as well as severe food inflation. The forum, in a communique issued at the end of its meeting, lamented that though the Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, SAN, said the federal government would comply with the order of the Supreme Court of Nigeria nullifying the February 10th deadline for the validity of 3 old notes, Nigerians have not experienced any change so far. The CBN had extended the deadline for the swap of old 200, 500, and 1,000 naira from January 31st to February 10th, but the Supreme Court held that the federal government, the CBN, and the commercial banks must not continue with the deadline pending the determination of a notice in respect of the issue on February 15th. At least 5 states have sued the federal government over the deadline for 3 old naira notes. The presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress, Bola Tinubu, has asked the Central Bank of Nigeria to allow old and new 200, 500, and 1,000 naira notes to coexist as legal tenders for the next 12 months. The APC flag bearer also asked the Apex Bank to suspend all charges associated with online transactions and bank transfers till the current crisis is resolved. This was contained in a statement by Tinubu and made available to newsmen by one of his campaign spokesmen, Festus Keyamo, on Sunday. The former Lagos State Governor further asked the